Chapter 2236. Here he comes. Meanwhile, in the Sun God Kingdom, the Sun God Emperor, the Wraith Martial Monarch, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Sol Luo dynasty wore stern looks. Not long ago, they had received the news that Lin Ling had killed the Crystal Master of the Demon Kingdom and 2 demon emperors. Since the battle of creation had begun, many ancient authorities had died to Lin Ling's hands, including the Yellow Spring Martial Monarch, the Immortal Drunken Wine, the Death Arrow Martial God, the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor, the Crystal Master of the Demon Kingdom, the 400 million Demon Emperor, and the 100 million life Demon Emperor. Lin Ling was unstoppable. Most importantly, Lin Ling had invaded the godly kingdom. The greatest battle was about to take place. Are you scared? When you snatched Lin Ling's stone sculpture, you should have foreseen this outcome. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, the strongest martial monarch of the 4 great eras in the past, and he's still the strongest martial monarch of this world today. On the other side, martial god Tianyue and the guardian of the mortal realm burst out laughing. They were obviously severely injured, causing their auras to weaken. However, after learning about Lin Ling's achievement, they immediately became spirited and proud. After Lin Ling had surfaced, he had swept across the place like a ferocious dragon crossing the river. Shut up! The Sun God Emperor snapped furiously. That being said, they had no time to worry about martial god Tianyue and the others. They were all thinking of how to deal with Lin Ling. Slap yourself 3 times. However, at that instant, a cold yell could be heard coming from the sky. A young man wearing a golden robe slowly descended from the sky. The man had forcibly broken through the rift and stepped out from the path of the martial god realm. Young Master Thousand Face. The Sun God Emperor and the others were overjoyed when they saw the young man. As a side tribe of the Tating Commandery, you're afraid of a country bumpkin. How disgraceful. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have killed you all already. Now, slap yourself 3 times. The young man in the golden robe said coldly. He was none other than young Master Thousand Face. Lin Ling had destroyed one of his clones, which was equivalent to destroying 10% of his realm essence. Therefore he was furious. Tating Commandery was one of the 4 upper commanderies in Qingzhou. It was as famous as Square Commandery, Only Me Commandery, and all the other commanderies. Even in Qingzhou, ordinary people dared not provoke them. However, in this rural area, there was a guy who dared to be so arrogant. He did not believe that the guy was evil. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, they were slapping their own faces. However, this was a happy slap because young Master Thousand Faces was here. Lin Ling, are you that powerful? God Realm Clan. Realm. Li God Realm. His dimensional origin has already surpassed 10%. Moreover, he's from the Qing province's martial god barracks. Young Master Thousand Faces gazed into the distance. His words caused the expressions of the Sun God King and the others to change drastically. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually go to the martial god barracks. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 genius of this world. However, it doesn't mean that he is a member of the martial gods camp. That place is extremely cruel. I guess he came back after being eliminated. After all, as far as I know, even Princess Tang Yue of Square Commandery entered the martial gods camp by luck and became a commander. However, a princess of Shang Commandery only has such a low status. Who is Lin Ling? I'm afraid he didn't even enter the martial gods camp. Young Master Thousand Face said disdainfully. That's right. Although Lin Ling is a monstrous genius, he is only a monstrous genius in our world. In the myriad worlds, he is trash. The Sun God King immediately began to flatter him. Don't worry. I will definitely kill Lin Ling. Everyone who is with him will also die. What you need to do now is to find him for me. Young Master Thousand Face narrowed his eyes. His fists were clenched and unclenched as killing intent filled the air. Hearing this, the Sun God King was about to speak. Rumble. However, at this moment, the heavens and earth shook and rumbled continuously. The entire palace seemed to have collapsed, causing the expressions of young Master Thousand Face and the others to change instantly. In the next moment, The magnificent palace collapsed and the surrounding sky and earth appeared before their eyes. Chapter 2237. To kill with a single stroke, not bad, full confidence. Young Master Thousand Faces shouted coldly. Then I'll say it too. I'm 100% confident that I can kill you. Lin Ling finally unleashed his killing intent. The sword in his hand glowed with resplendent light. Boundary energy enveloped the sword and its aura was extremely sharp. On the other side, young Master Thousand Faces also erupted with boundary essence, forming a scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Seeing that the great battle was about to begin, the crowd held their breaths. They became even more nervous and expectant. Young Master Thousand Faces from Grand Court Commandery. Why is he here in the North Territory? At this moment, in a distant place, several figures stood in the void, watching the battle on the ground. There were 4 of them, a middle-aged man, an old man, and a slightly cold woman. All 3 of them possessed unfathomable strength because they could enter the path of the martial god at will. I didn't expect that young Master Thousand Faces would come to the North Territory. The woman's eyes flickered. This young Master Thousand Faces possesses the Myriad Metal King body. He's currently training in the Myriad Worlds with the goal of entering the Tsongling Academy. So it's not strange for him to appear here. The old man among them smiled faintly and said, Miss Rosa, you and young Master Thousand Face are both successors of the 4 upper commanderies. Your goal is also the 3 academies. Therefore, you should take a good look at young Master Thousand Face's battle and see the gap between you two. Uncle Luo, I will. The cold woman nodded slightly, and her right hand tightened her grip on the sword. The descendants of the 4 upper commanderies of Qingzhou were all exceptional. She knew that Tang Yue from Square Commandery had entered the Martial Gods Battalion and even became the commander of the Federation. She wanted to use the Martial Gods Battalion as a springboard to enter the 3 academies. She was confident that she was not weaker than Tang Yue. She would definitely succeed. As for young Master Thousand Faces, there was no need to mention him. This person was extremely famous in the 4 upper commanderies, and his strength was something that even she had to look up to. Who is that kid? He actually dares to fight young Master Thousand Faces. His courage is not bad. At this time, one of the middle-aged men said, Hee, just a sparring partner. However, for someone in the north to comprehend realm essence, it is worthy of praise. The old man shook his head and laughed. From his words, it was clear that he did not think highly of Lin Ling. Rosa, pay more attention to young Master Thousand Faces. See how he uses his boundary essence. Moreover, if you can fuse your boundary essence with your innate talent, entering the 3 great academies won't be a problem for you. The old man said again. The cold woman immediately nodded. Inside the nation of God, 2 figures were clashing with each other. It was getting scarier and scarier. It was like 2 worlds were colliding. You're from Tating Commandery, but you don't even dare to attack. I feel ashamed for your Tating Commandery. However, if you don't attack, I'll attack first. But soon, Lin Ling raised his sword. His boundary essence roared like a bolt of thunder, causing his huge sword to be surrounded by lightning snakes that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. He pounced over. He didn't use any laws, just pure realm essence. That was because only Jie Yuan could injure someone as strong as young Master Thousand Face. Rumble. That sword strike seemed to have extracted the power of an entire world. Ignorant child, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Seeing that Lin Ling attacked first, young Master Thousand Face shouted coldly. A pure silver earring appeared in his hand and kept enlarging. It was as if he was holding a moon ring. A large amount of boundary essence shot out like thousands of arrows towards Lin Ling. Last time, you were just lucky to win. You only have more than 10% of your boundary essence. I've seen many experts like you. The arrow-like boundary essence shot towards Lin Ling like meteors. Pure silver earring. In the void, the cold woman's expression suddenly changed. It seems that Tating Commandery is very generous to give such a treasure to young Master Thousand Face. That immortal weapon isn't weak. It can increase the user's control over their boundary essence. Rosa, Remember, if everyone has the same boundary essence, then the control will determine the outcome. The old man didn't forget to remind the woman. He then sighed, "It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. It's hard to see through young Master Thousand Faces' strength in this battle." Hearing that, the woman also nodded in agreement. At this moment, the sky was filled with boundary essence, causing the sky of the godly kingdom to darken. Break! Facing the arrow-like boundary essence, Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He swung the sword and cut off all means of retreat. Boom! 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 The boundary essence that approached Lin Ling were all cut apart. Although there are more boundary essence scattered, its power is also weaker. Lin Ling shouted coldly. At the same time, young Master Thousand Face frowned. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light passed through the arrow-like boundary essence and slashed fiercely. Moreover, it kept enlarging in his eyes, causing young Master Thousand Face's eyes to be filled with shock. At this moment, he roared and raised the pure silver earring in front of him. He also activated all his boundary essence in an attempt to block the sword. In the sky, the old man cried out in surprise, "Boundary essence release." As for the cold-looking woman, her eyes narrowed. That was because releasing boundary essence meant that boundary essence would break out of one's body and increase the attack range. She had just reached this level of cultivation. However, this unknown young man had succeeded in doing so. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were surprised. Young Master Thousand Face was surprised as well. This allowed him to realize that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength in the last battle with Lin Ling. However, what surprised him was yet to come. When the sword collided with his pure silver earring, the ring emitted a clear sound. In the next moment, the pure silver earring shattered. In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword didn't stop slashing. It passed by young Master Thousand Face's neck and directly cut off his head. 20% of boundary essence. Young Master Thousand Face let out a sharp cry at practically the same moment his head was cut off. The shock in his voice was even stronger, because as far as he was concerned, Lin Ling had only surpassed 10% of boundary essence. Who knew that Lin Ling actually possessed 20% of boundary essence? This had exceeded his expectations once again. As for the few people in the sky in the distance, they were completely silent at this moment. They originally thought that Lin Ling was just a sparring partner. Who would have thought that young Master Thousand Face would be killed with a single strike? Wasn't this a little too fast? Master, that young man doesn't seem to be simple. The woman called Rosa spoke solemnly. He really can't be underestimated. Unfortunately, he encountered young Master Thousand Face. He's still going to fall in the end. The old man shook his head. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength, he still knew that Lin Ling wasn't a match for young Master Thousand Face. As for the middle-aged man beside him, he snorted coldly and said, "Umph! How audacious! That country bumpkin crippled one of young Master Thousand Face's clones. He's simply courting death by offending Grand Court County. Luotian, don't be impatient. Young Master Thousand Face can deal with it himself," the old man said. At this moment, everyone in the Sun God Nation exclaimed in surprise. One strike. Lin Ling actually killed young Master Thousand Face with one strike. This was too fast. Chapter 2238. Another doppelganger. When everyone saw this scene, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Young Master Thousand Face was not dead? Could it be that this expert from the martial god realm had an immortal body? Lin Ling, you'll have to bear my wrath forever. After young Master Thousand Face walked out, his face became ferocious because Lin Ling had destroyed another doppelganger of his. This was something he did not expect. I'm from the Grand Court Commandery of the Qing province. I'm a true genius of the martial god world. I'm going to enter the 3 great academies of the Qing province. You trash, you ant, you trash. You actually destroyed 2 of my doppelgangers. That's equivalent to destroying 20% of my realm essence. You're making me so angry. You made me lose the opportunity to enter the 3 great academies. Young Master Thousand Face roared, causing the ground to explode and the sky to shatter like glass. He was furious. Everyone could see that he was furious. Of course, this was not difficult to understand because he had split into 8 doppelgangers and entered the myriad realms to gain enlightenment. His goal was to enter the 3 great academies of Qing province. But now, that hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. So, how could he not be angry? All of you will be buried with me. On his body, the pure silver earring floated and shot out a large amount of boundary essence. If the boundary essence before was countless arrows, then the boundary essence now was like tentacles that wanted to kill everyone. Great desolate golden boundary. A cold shout, with madness, spread throughout the godly kingdom. A low-grade boundary essence martial art formed 30% of the boundary essence. In the void, the expressions of the mysterious experts changed drastically. They did not expect young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence to be even more terrifying than they imagined. They immediately looked at Lin Ling, knowing that Lin Ling could make young Master Thousand Face use 30% of his boundary essence. This was already very powerful. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling spat out coldly. He leaped up, held the sword with both hands, and slashed down like a battle axe. At this moment, the boundary essence was colorful. He knew that young Master Thousand Faces was extremely furious, but young Master Thousand Faces did not know that he, Lin Ling, was even more furious. Because young Master Thousand Faces had killed too many of Lin Ling's men. Furthermore, it was because young Master Thousand Faces had severed his grandfather's arm. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. This guy is crazy. In the void, those people's pupils suddenly constricted. They thought that it would be hard for Lin Ling to resist the arrival of young Master Thousand Face's new clone. Who knew that Lin Ling would actually choose to meet force with force? 30% of Jie Yuan. Compared to the geniuses from all over the world, that is an extremely rare existence. Does that fellow know what he is doing? The woman called Rosa sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling is dead for sure. In the nation of God, the Sun God King and the others clenched their fists. They were confident that Lin Ling would lose. In contrast to their confidence, Elder Taiyin and the others clenched their fists. In truth, they were also confused as to why Lin Ling had chosen to meet force with force. The pure silver earring released an even more ferocious light as if the power of a world had arrived. Kacha. Almost at the same time, the sword in the sky ruthlessly slashed down. It was as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. The power of the boundary origin also increased from 20% to 30%. You aren't the only one with 30% of Jie Yuan. Lin Ling's roar came at the same time. In that instant, young Master Thousand Faces' pupils constricted. Lin Ling was still hiding his strength? This guy was actually so strong? His heart was in complete chaos. Kacha. However, that sword told him that if anyone dared to behave atrociously in Lin Ling's territory, no matter how many clones they had, no matter how grand their identities were, they would all die. 30% of Jie Yuan collided with 30% of Jie Yuan. In the beginning, Lin Ling's sword and the pure silver earring were evenly matched. However, when Lin Ling's Jie Yuan increased again, cracks appeared on the pure silver earring before it completely exploded. That sword was like cutting tofu as it slashed down fiercely. Young Master Thousand Faces let out an angry roar. In the next moment he was split in two. Another doppelganger died. Seeing this, the entire land and even the void fell into a dead silence. Everyone thought that young Master Thousand Faces would be enraged and that there would be a bitter battle. Who knew that young Master Thousand Faces would still be killed by Lin Ling's sword after saying so much? What kind of irony was this? To young Master Thousand Faces, what kind of humiliation was this? It was equivalent to being slapped twice in the face. Dead again. Sun God Monarch and the others were trembling. Lin Ling's sword was too crazy. It was as if he had no limit. In the sky, Lin Ling's face was cold as he pointed his sword to the ground. The martial artists of the nation of God were at a loss. Their greatest reliance had been killed again. Sun God Monarch and the others were also at a loss. They were even afraid. Unfortunately, What welcomed them was the army's attack. The martial artists of the nation of God immediately let out a large number of painful cries. Lin Ling did not make any move. He looked indifferently at the void. Young Master Thousand Faces was a genius of the martial god realm. His strength was indeed amazing. Unfortunately, the opponent underestimated him too much. His clones came one after another and could only be killed one by one. If young Master Thousand Faces combined his 8 clones, then Lin Ling would have to dodge the attack. However, next would be the strongest battle. Lin Ling was looking forward to it because he also wanted to test out his black sword record. Boom! Not long after, the void exploded. 5 figures walked out of the void at the same time. These 5 people were wearing the same clothes. It was young Master Thousand Faces. This time, young Master Thousand Faces had gathered all his clones. Moreover, after he appeared, he did not say a word. He directly merged his clones. He wanted to use his new strength to kill Lin Ling. Now, not only was he furious, but he had also lost his mind. A mouse destroyed a nest of soup. Lin Ling, damn it. 5 clones. I'm afraid he can merge 50% of his realm essence. What a pity. If young Master Thousand Faces did not underestimate his opponent, he would not have wasted 20% of his realm essence. The battle is over. In the void, the few people shook their heads. In fact, until now, they still did not think that Lin Ling could survive. However, Lin Ling had cut down 2 of young Master Thousand Faces' clones. This was enough to be proud of. Where did this junior come from? Why is he so powerful? Rosa was a little surprised. She was a little sad because Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than hers. She came from the 4 great commanderies, but Lin Ling was just a nobody. You don't have to feel inferior. A dead genius is no longer a genius. The old man sensed Rosa's thoughts and immediately shouted coldly. In fact, he was a little angry because that ant-like existence was actually stronger than Rosa. However, he soon stopped worrying because Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Lin Ling, very good. Very good. At the same time, the golden light in the sky shone brightly. A figure that seemed to be formed by metal quietly appeared and kept changing. Gradually, it turned into young Master Thousand Faces' appearance. At this moment, his aura changed and became calm. He stretched out his right hand. His arm was actually formed by metal. If one looked carefully, there were many golden mountains, seas, and cities carved on his arm. Chapter 2239. The Terror of 50% Boundary Essence. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook once again as if they had encountered a collision with another world. You destroyed 3 of my clones. How do you think I should kill you? The corner of young Master Thousand Faces' mouth moved slightly as his crazy voice spread out. If you can kill me, then come at me. Lin Ling's expression became slightly solemn when he faced young Master Thousand Face's terrifying aura because he noticed that young Master Thousand Face actually possessed 50% of his realm essence. However, his sword had already been drawn, so this battle of creation was bound to end. I really don't understand. Why would a lowly person like you dare to kill 3 of my clones? Don't you feel inferior? Can't you be like an ant and let me kill you? Why do you have to waste my time and let all my clones come here? You're really despicable. You're so lowly that you look down on yourself. Young Master Thousand Face moved. Like a golden flood, it surged towards Lin Ling and formed a terrifying boundary essence attack. Rumble. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He raised his sword to block and used 30% of his boundary essence to resist. Without a doubt, 30% boundary essence couldn't block 50% boundary essence. I'm indeed inferior to you. However, there's a peaceful place in my heart that no one can invade. Otherwise, even if I'm a lowly ant, I'll still kill my enemies. Lin Ling let out a determined voice as he resisted the terrifying golden flood. Flames bloomed from his left eye. Those were the flames of battle. Li Xiaoyao in the past and Lin Ling today, they both fought to protect the peaceful place in their hearts. They didn't retreat in the past, so how could they retreat today? Rumble. The golden torrent was slashed apart by Lin Ling's attack, But it didn't take long for the torrent to merge once more and transform into young Master Thousand Face. Boring ant. What do you mean by protecting the peaceful place in your heart? That's a joke. You're only qualified to say that if you can survive. Gold King Heavenly Compass. 50% boundary essence erupted once again. Young Master Thousand Face turned into a golden compass with a large number of complicated imprints on it. It spiraled continuously and swept towards Lin Ling. Under the rotation of the compass, the sky was directly cut open. It was as if the top half of a bottle was cut off, revealing the mysterious void. This feng shui compass was so terrifying. It could be said that in Lin Ling's world, there had never been anyone who could slice open the sky. Young Master Thousand Faces was the only one. How terrifying! The crowd was trembling with fear. This was truly a disaster. And in the void, Rosa saw that young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence was growing stronger and stronger. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, Senior Luo Yunquan, could it be that young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence and talent have succeeded in the initial fusion? In the Martial Emperor realm, talent and boundary essence were separated. Boundary essence was obviously more powerful, while talent could only use the power of laws. However, if boundary essence was converted to 100%, it could be combined with talent to form an even more powerful attack. There is no initial fusion, but there should be some resonance. This young Master Thousand Faces is comprehending in the Golden Sky King realm and can already extract the world essence of that realm. The old man said solemnly. He didn't expect young Master Thousand Faces to be even stronger than he imagined. Haha, Lin Ling, didn't you also want to protect your world? Why don't you dare to speak now? The sky continued to be sliced open. The huge compass slashed towards Lin Ling, and Lin Ling raised his sword to block. However, cracks appeared on his sword. He couldn't block it, because the difference was too great. Of course, this was normal. Young Master Thousand Faces had 50% of his boundary essence, and Lin Ling only had 30%. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's solid foundation, he would have been killed. Dodge domain. At the critical moment, Lin Ling's soul force erupted, and he finally dodged the terrifying compass. After all, if they continued to clash, even if Lin Ling was fine, his sword would break. You escaped, but what's the use? You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. The golden compass let out a disdainful voice, and once again swept towards Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling's life was in danger, Elder Tai Yen, Lord Shui Wu, and the others anxiously shouted. After all, a genius from the martial god realm was not someone Lin Ling could resist. However, they didn't think that Lin Ling was unbearable, because it was unfair between the two. Young Master Thousand Faces came from the martial god realm, and he had endless resources since he was young. Lin Ling came from this world, and he had nothing. Everything he had was obtained through his own efforts. Father, you can do it. Lin Yi also clenched his fists, and his face was filled with excitement. His father was undefeatable, and he definitely wouldn't lose. Ha, that's your son, right? Good. Lin Ling, I won't kill you quickly. I will cripple you, and then let your son die in front of you. Young Master Thousand Faces seemed to have heard Lin Yi's voice, and his laughter became even more wild and wanton. 3 of his clones had been crippled by Lin Ling, and now he would definitely torture Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling, that's your wife, right? Ha, I will treat them well. The arrogant voice resounded in the sky, causing everyone's face to turn solemn. At this moment, they could only watch young Master Thousand Faces do whatever he wanted. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Ling's eyes turned red, and he continued to use his sword to resist the golden compass. However, in his mind, the martial arts from the sword realm quietly floated. The sword realm, the realm of thousands of swords, was the home of swords. There were countless martial arts of swords there, and the realm origin of swords was the birthplace of swords. 10 years of sharpening a sword. Sword cultivators had to endure the boredom and sharpen their swords day by day. Only then would they know the birth of swords and the world of swords. If you dare to touch them, I will tear you into pieces. Lin Ling's angry roar also floated out at this moment. His sword kept resisting the golden compass, but no one saw that the realm origin in his sword was also increasing crazily. That kind of feeling was like sharpening a sword day by day, and the moment the sword was drawn out, ghosts and gods would weep. You are angry. I like to see you angry, but this is not enough. Those are your subordinates, right? Don't worry, I want all of them to die. Are there 100 million people here? Or 10 billion people? They will all die because of you. Children, old people, women, I will not let them go. Regret it, be afraid, the great calamity of the world is about to begin. The deranged voice sounded as if it was the mandate of heaven, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. As for the Sun God King and the others, they were incomparably excited. That's right, kill them all, don't leave a single one alive, and destroy this realm. Crazy. These people were crazy, and they actually wanted to destroy this realm. Even Rosa frowned in the void. This is too much of a massacre. They're just ants. Don't mind them. Rosa, you only need to know that these ants are born to serve the martial god world. If their deaths can allow you to convert more world essence, that's their fortune. The old man said expressionlessly. Rosa wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she fell silent. Chapter 2240. Finishing touch. What? You don't dare to speak? Are you afraid? I've long thought that what you said before was just hypocrisy. When you're close to death, you only care about yourself. Young Master Thousand Face said in a mocking tone. He noticed that Lin Ling was silent. In fact, Lin Ling was comprehending the black sword record. With every block, he seemed to be sharpening his sword. Look, this is your overlord Lin Ling. He doesn't dare to speak. You've been deceived. Young Master Thousand Face said again. This time, he said it to Lin Ling's relatives and brothers. He wanted them to curse Lin Ling. Bullshit. However, at that moment, an angry roar came from the crowd. Everyone looked over and found that it was Lin Yi who spoke. You trash, how can you compare to my father? I believe in my father. Lin Yi walked out and looked ahead with determination. Young Master Thousand Face immediately shouted angrily. He didn't expect that he would explode with such power. That ant wasn't afraid of him. I also believe in Lord Lin Ling. However, at that moment, another voice sounded. The crowd took a step forward and shouted in unison. The people who were previously terrified stood up at that moment. They couldn't let Lord Lin Ling fight alone. They had to stand with Lord Lin Ling. To be able to follow Lord Lin Ling for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't have any regrets even if they died. That was because Lord Lin Ling had done too much for them. I believe in Ling. Ancestor Tin also roared and waved his single arm. His aura was magnificent. Under his voice, the entire Sun God nation, and even the entire world, roared. They would rather die than live in dishonor. Although they were lowly, they would never be afraid or beg for mercy. They would rather die to protect their homeland. All of you are courting death. Young Master Thousand Face became more and more angry. Why weren't these ants afraid of him? He still wanted these ants to side with him and betray Lin Ling. At that time, he would let Lin Ling see how pathetic he was. However, his calculations were wrong. This bunch of idiots. Young Master Thousand Faces must kill them all. The Sun God Monarch and the others were also enraged. These lowly ants actually dared to be arrogant even when death was at hand. Good, let's kill that old bastard first. After young Master Thousand Faces became angry, he immediately let out a sinister laugh. The golden compass gave up on Lin Ling and actually flew towards Ancestor Extreme Flame. Seeing this, Ancestor Extreme Flame sneered and did not retreat at all. He allowed the astral wind to blow against his aged face. Ling, you should be proud enough in this lifetime. Grandpa is proud of you. His heroic voice spread across the land. This old man was indeed Lin Ling's grandfather. He had the same pride as Lin Ling. Clang! However, just as the compass was getting closer and closer to Patriarch Extreme Flame, a sword appeared and slashed at the compass. Lin Ling had arrived. Boom! The two forces collided. Lin Ling undoubtedly failed to block. causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his spine was still straight as he angrily looked ahead. Enough, enough. After that crazy block, he finally understood what it meant to sharpen a sword for 10 years. To sharpen a sword, one had to cultivate the black sword record personally. However, to forge a sword, one needed fire. It needed to be tempered, and this required the help of fire. As for the fire, it was an external force. For example, young Master Thousand Faces' crazy attack. This meant that young Master Thousand Faces' previous attack was in fact constantly tempering the sword, until the sword was out of the furnace. Have you said enough? The astral wind blew Lin Ling's long hair, causing it to flutter, revealing the cold and emotionless eyes beneath his forehead. He held the sword and indifferently stared ahead. You finally decided to die for them? Young Master Thousand Faces sneered. In the next moment, he swept towards Lin Ling. Golden essence seemed to want to cut apart the world. Sharpen a sword for 10 years. At the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. The sword was blunt, but it carried the perseverance, patience, and determination of sharpening a sword. Clang! The sword and the golden compass collided, erupting into waves of essence that soared into the sky. It ferociously destroyed the earth and sky. 40% of the essence was released from the sword in Lin Ling's hand. This sword blocked young Master Thousand Face's attack. Young Master Thousand Faces let out a surprised sound. He did not expect Lin Ling to be able to block 50% of his essence. Interesting. I heard that when one is close to death, one's potential can be stimulated. It seems that this is true. However, 40% of the essence is still too weak. His voice was filled with disdain. The golden compass circled once again. It shone brightly and an even more terrifying power erupted. 50% of the essence poured out at this moment. He wanted to cripple Lin Ling in one strike. Let's see how you block it. A contemptuous voice spread through the sky. It's over. In the void, the old man said directly. He could see that Lin Ling already had no way out. Because if he retreated, his friends and family behind him would die. Therefore, Lin Ling could only face it head-on. He could not dodge. However, what surprised him was that behind Lin Ling, no one moved. Their expressions did not even change. They were not afraid of death. This guy called Lin Ling really has people's hearts. Those people are willing to die for him. It makes me a little jealous. The old man said with a frown. The others were also jealous. Because it was not difficult to make the weak submit. However, to make the weak submit willingly, that was very difficult. Just a bunch of ants. Because of jealousy, those mysterious experts all laughed mockingly. They looked at Lin Ling again. At first, they thought that Lin Ling would panic and even want to escape. However, he did not. Lin Ling just stood there quietly, as if he was not moved by the world. At this moment, they all admired him. Even young Master Thousand Face was slightly surprised. Then he suddenly saw Lin Ling smile. That smile was very cold, but it was filled with strong confidence. It's over. In fact, he even heard Lin Ling spit out a sentence indifferently. It's over? Could it be that Lin Ling had given up? He could not help but be even more confused. However, the answer was no. Because Lin Ling had made a move. After 10 years of polishing the sword, it was the dragon's finishing touch. The second level of the black sword record, the dragon's finishing touch. That sword instantly exploded with 50% of the boundary essence. The sword pointed out as if it was piercing through the clouds. Clang! A deafening sound was heard. 50% of the boundary essence collided, causing the old man in the void to gasp. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened, because he could see that the sword actually exploded with the power of space. That was spatial boundary essence. One had to know that the cultivation of the martial emperor realm was to convert boundary essence. Only after the boundary essence was successfully converted could it be fused with one's talent. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Some extremely mysterious people liked to break the rules. Before the boundary essence was successfully converted, they had already begun to fuse with their talent. These people were called martial god geniuses. And now, there was one in front of them. Chapter 2241. Only Luo family, how is this possible? After colliding with Lin Ling's sword, young Master Thousand Face was disdainful at first, then he was stunned. Finally, he let out an angry roar. The sword in front of him was so firm, as if it could destroy anything. The terrifying spatial energy caused the golden compass to stop spinning. Moreover, the sword stabbed out, causing the golden compass to collapse. The golden liquid splashed in all directions and disappeared into the sky. Young Master Thousand Face's body suddenly appeared. However, there was a sword in front of him that pierced through his chest like an awl, causing him to be in a mess. Plop! A head fell to the ground, shocking everyone. Previously, Lin Ling was surrounded by perils. Everyone thought that he was bound to lose, but who knew that Lin Ling finally drew his sword? That sword overturned the universe and directly defeated young Master Thousand Face. What? That young man won. That's a boundary realm martial art. It's at least a second-grade martial art. With his strength and age, how could he have successfully comprehended it? How could a martial god realm genius be born in such a rural place? The expressions of the experts in the sky changed at this moment. Young Master Thousand Face was an extremely powerful genius in the 4 great commanderies. His goal was to enter the 3 great academies of the Qing province. The only people who could compete with him were the top geniuses of the martial god world. But now, a country bumpkin had defeated him with a single sword strike. This was like a dream. Bang! At this moment, there was a roar. Lin Ling smashed down from the sky. He held his sword diagonally. The tip of the sword scraped the ground, causing sparks to fly as he walked forward. At the same time, everyone saw that young Master Thousand Face was not dead. What a terrifying guy. He was only left with a head and he was not dead. Of course, this was related to his talent. In fact, he was a metal man. However, when he saw Lin Ling walking over, young Master Thousand Face was completely afraid. His 8 doppelgangers had been killed by Lin Ling. The boundary realm that he had painstakingly cultivated had also gone down the drain. Moreover, he realized that he had been tricked. Lin Ling had not released his powerful strength at the beginning. Instead, he had slowly nibbled away at him. Otherwise, with the fusion of his 8 doppelgangers, he would not have been afraid of Lin Ling. Go on, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, looking extremely evil. I won't let you go. I'm the young master of Tating Commandery. I'm practicing nature golden tactics. I won't die. The head on the ground let out a resentful voice that made one's scalp go numb. Hee, that's right. I like to kill this kind of tough guy the most. Moreover, I like to see my opponent's anger, but unable to do anything about it. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile was even more evil. Young Master Thousand Faces was naturally infuriated, but he was truly helpless against Lin Ling. One could imagine how he felt. In reality, I was only playing with you before because this is my first time cultivating the realm origin martial arts, so I needed a sparring partner. Lin Ling arrived in front of young Master Thousand Faces and stepped on his head. This action was undoubtedly a thick humiliation to young Master Thousand Faces. However, although the humiliation was terrifying, Lin Ling's words shocked him even more. This was because Lin Ling had actually treated him as a sparring partner. He was young Master Thousand Faces. When had he ever been a sparring partner for an ant in the countryside? Even the faces of the few people in the void changed drastically. This guy was crazy. He was actually comprehending the martial arts just now. He's from Tating Commandery. Do you want the entire commandery to be destroyed by killing him? The old man couldn't take it anymore and finally walked out from the void. Although young Master Thousand Faces wasn't from Tating Commandery, his background wasn't small either. Therefore, if he could help, he would be indebted to him. The old man's appearance was first accompanied by a cloud of sand, as if he was the king of the sand world. The crowd was shocked. Another expert had appeared? Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all. I thought you were just here to watch the show. In the end, you still came out. Hearing this, the eyes of the old man and the others flickered. That Junior actually knew they were here? They thought that the junior would be very surprised by their appearance. I'm Luo Yunquan. I'm from Tating Commandery. The old man floated in the sky and said slowly, Don't talk nonsense. What's your purpose here? However, Lin Ling didn't give any face. He didn't even bother to know the name of the person who had come. At this moment, the few people were furious, especially the cold woman, Rosa. She reminded, Your Excellency, Tating Commandery is one of the 4 great commanderies in Qingzhou. You've already offended Tating Commandery. Do you want to offend Tating Commandery as well? Let me remind you, any expert from there can destroy this world if they come here. This young Master Thousand Faces said the same thing. But now? Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled coldly. His words made the faces of the few people freeze. In fact, they also thought that young Master Thousand Faces could destroy this world. However, what was the result? Young Master Thousand Faces was being stepped on by someone else. So, tell me your purpose. Lin Ling said again. This attitude was undoubtedly ignoring them. The anger in the few people's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Lin Ling didn't give them any face. Of course, they didn't expect that this matter had nothing to do with them. They rashly interfered. This was against the rules. In this world, there are nobles and lowly people. Young Master Thousand Faces is a noble person. The people of this world are ants. Sometimes one must be very clear about one's status. The aura of the old man called Luo Yunquan became more and more terrifying. He actually had the strength of a sector lord. All the sector essence had been completely converted by him. This kind of strength was undoubtedly extremely terrifying to Lin Ling. However, since things had come to this, Lin Ling couldn't back down. Less bullshit. Tell me your purpose. Lin Ling shouted angrily. His attitude was also extremely domineering. Luo Yunquan obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He was actually not afraid of him. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Normally, in the North region, it was impossible for a genius like Lin Ling to appear. Moreover, even if his strength was not bad, he should be terrified and afraid when he saw him. However, Lin Ling was not. Could it be that this fellow had some background? Let him go and this matter will end here. How about it? Luo Yunquan's words weren't as domineering as before. This caused the several people beside him to be secretly surprised. Although Lin Ling could erupt with 50% of his sector essence's strength, they were much stronger. They shouldn't fear him. Old man, are you dreaming? After learning of the other party's goal, Lin Ling contemptuously smiled. He cut off my grandfather's arm and turned my territory into a mess. You think I should let him go just because you say so? This attitude left Luo Yunquan even more surprised. It was as if Lin Ling was the master and they were the servants. Even young Master Thousand Faces was surprised. He was even more certain that when Lin Ling fought with him, he was only using him as a training partner. This was because when Lin Ling faced a World King powerhouse, he was also arrogant and unruly. You are too bold. Luo Yunquan frowned. Chapter 2242. Capture the flag. Luo Yunquan and the others laughed in anger. They had never seen such an arrogant junior. Luo Yunquan said, Otherwise what? Otherwise, you can't leave this place. A voice filled with murderous intent floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. A rank 7 martial emperor guy was telling them that they couldn't leave this place? Lin Ling, do you know what you're doing? Young Master Thousand Faces felt that Lin Ling was more arrogant than he had imagined. Bang! Lin Ling stepped on his head and rubbed it a few times. You trash, shut up. Trash. Veins popped out of young Master Thousand Faces' forehead. He had been cut in half by Lin Ling and only his head was left. He was indeed trash. I'll give you 3 breaths time to consider whether you want to leave or stay. Lin Ling looked at the sky. The few people in the sky were still laughing. However, the old man frowned. In his heart, he felt that Lin Ling was trying to scare them. However, Lin Ling had defeated young Master Thousand Faces and created a miracle. Therefore, Lin Ling was a little mysterious. Of course, his rationality won over his hesitation. If he helped young Master Thousand Faces, he would be indebted to him. If he was scared away, what dignity would he have left? You don't have the right to threaten me. Luo Yunquan slapped out with his right hand. The sand in the sky gathered in his palm and turned into a fist-sized yellow ray of light that slammed toward Lin Ling. He was drawing the force of an entire realm. Ha Lin Ling, you're dead meat. Young Master Thousand Faces immediately roared. He still didn't understand why Lin Ling was so strong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That old fart really dared to attack. With his strength, he obviously couldn't block Luo Yunquan's force of an entire realm. After all, it was 100% realm origin. Rumble! The pale yellow light enveloped Lin Ling and instantly exploded, turning into countless grains of sand. Then, it condensed towards Lin Ling. These grains of sand were very terrifying. Even if it was the power of a grain of sand, it could still destroy this world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was wrapped in sand, forming a huge ball of sand. The ball of sand kept shrinking, as if it wanted to squeeze Lin Ling's flesh and blood. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd held their breaths. They also knew that Lin Ling's current opponent was 100 times stronger than young Master Thousand Face. What arrogance! The middle-aged men beside Luo Yunquan all laughed disdainfully. On the other hand, Luo Yunquan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he had been overthinking things. Boom! However, in the next moment, the sand in the sand world exploded, and a cold figure walked out like a god of death. This person was Lin Ling. This guy blocked 100% of the realm essence. How is this possible? He hasn't cultivated for a long time. How could he block Senior Luo's 100% realm essence? This sudden scene caused Luo Yunquan and the others to widen their eyes. Especially young Master Thousand Face. His heart was pounding. After all, he had already given Lin Ling enough attention, but who knew that he had still underestimated him? Because it was impossible for him to block the attack of a world king no matter what. It seems that you all want to die. After Lin Ling walked out, his voice became even colder. He had no enmity with these people, but they had actually attacked him? Just who are you? Luo Yunquan's complexion was dignified. Only now did he discover that a flag had appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was this flag that had blocked his realm essence attack. I thought his strength had reached the World King realm, but it turns out that he relied on that treasure. That flag is a bit extraordinary. Letting him use it is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. The others also let out a light breath. They weren't as nervous as before, but they were curious as to what sort of treasure it was. Who I am has nothing to do with you. But, you seem to be interested in my flag. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you. Lin Ling coldly smiled and tossed out the white flag. This action left Luo Yunquan and the others dumbfounded. Such a precious treasure was being casually given away? Was this fellow an idiot? However, with the treasure in front of them, they naturally didn't think too much about it. Luo Yunquan directly caught the flag and examined it. He was immediately overjoyed. This treasure's origin isn't small at all. He never imagined that he would have such a harvest on his way here. This was because he could sense that this white flag was able to block 3 attacks from a World King powerhouse. Of course its origin isn't small. That is the Martial God Battalion's Bai Ling flag. Looking at the excited people, Lin Ling faintly smiled. Bai Ling flag? Luo Yunquan and the others had only heard of the Martial God Battalion. As for the Bai Ling flag, they really didn't know what it was. In fact, even in the Martial God Battalion, there weren't many people who knew what the Bai Ling flag was. With this flag, you can summon all the scouts of the Martial God Battalion, including the scout commander. Lin Ling said again. His words caused Luo Yunquan and the others' eyes to narrow. They suddenly felt the flag in their hands become heavy. Was this flag so terrifying? No, this flag was only meant to scare them. How could that youth have the qualifications to summon all the scouts? Thinking this, Luo Yunquan waved the flag in his hands in disdain. He didn't believe that this flag was so fierce. But soon, his movements came to a stop. Sir, this was because ripples began to bloom in the void. The sky was directly torn open by a fist. Then, a large number of armored soldiers riding on war horses majestically walked in. These people were all people who had comprehended the world essence. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Moreover, Rosa recognized some of them. This was because they were the local geniuses of the martial god battalion. If these people appeared in the northern land, at least 80% of the places would be unable to stop their iron hooves. Dong dong dong. As the army entered the world, the war drums began to beat. Looking around, it was a magnificent army with thousands of soldiers and horses. The sound was deafening. Compared to them, the army of Xianpeng province in the distance was simply like a child. Could it be that they were summoned by this flag? Luo Yunquan was no fool, and he'd faintly guessed something. This meant that he hadn't obtained a treasure but a hot potato. After all, even though the banner had summoned a huge army, he wasn't a member of the martial gods battalion. So, he directly offended the martial gods battalion. In between fear and anxiety, the flag in his hand almost fell to the ground. How dare you? You dare to throw the flag of the martial god battalion's grand commander to the ground? That's blasphemy to the martial god battalion. Lin Ling directly roared. Thump. Luo Yunquan and the others trembled in their hearts. How could they dare to throw away such a hot potato? As for young Master Thousand Face, he also stared at the sky in disbelief. He hadn't expected that the guy he was fighting with was actually the Grand Commander of the Martial God Battalion. Impudent. At this moment, a furious roar resounded from the army. A man in black armor walked out majestically at this moment. Even Lin Ling was surprised to see him. His strength was also at the Realm Lord level. With every step he took, the world shook. What powerful strength! Chapter 2243. The reverse scale can't be touched. I'm Grand Commander Huang Qi of the Martial God Battalion. The black-armored man spoke in an icy cold voice. Thump. Luo Yunquan's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. This was a real Grand Commander. Even though he was from Solitude Commandery and was an extraordinary existence in Pine Prefecture, was there anyone in Pine Prefecture who didn't know how difficult it was to deal with the Martial God Battalion? It could be said that even if Grand Commander Huang Qi killed him, Solitude Commandery wouldn't fight the Martial God Battalion for him. After all, Luo Yunquan didn't have such qualifications. As for fighting force with force, that was even more impossible. Not to mention the army and the surroundings, just Grand Commander Huang Qi alone could annihilate him. How presumptuous of you! You actually dared to seize the flag of our Martial God Battalion. Grand Commander Huang Qi roared furiously. His black armor was awe-inspiring, and he was like the king of the army. Seize! Luo Yunquan opened his mouth wide and was unable to speak. He hadn't seized the flag, and it was Lin Ling who'd tossed it to him. Do you know what crime it is to seize a flag in the Martial God Battalion? Grand Commander Huang Qi spoke furiously once more. Spare me! Please spare me, Grand Commander. We didn't know that it was a flag. Ignorance isn't a crime. Luo Yunquan almost wanted to slap himself, and he hurriedly offered up the white flag with both hands. However, Grand Commander Huang Qi grunted coldly, I don't dare accept this flag. Luo Yunquan immediately gazed at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling gazed indifferently at him and said, Didn't you take a liking to this treasure? Why don't you want it now that I'm giving it to you? I don't dare accept it, I don't dare accept it. Luo Yunquan's voice carried a sobbing tone as he walked over to Lin Ling and offered up the flag with both hands. The white flag was like the imperial jade seal of the empire, and it could summon an army to attack. However, if it was used by someone other than the emperor, then it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. How could Luo Yunquan not know this principle? Didn't you want to kill me? Lin Ling spoke once more. How could I dare? My lord, everything from before was a misunderstanding. Young Master Thousand Face deserves death. He deserves it. Luo Yunquan hurriedly flattered because he knew that if he died here, the commandery wouldn't care about him. He would have died in vain. Lin Ling glanced at Chief Commander Huang Qi and saw the look in his eyes. Only then did he say, This matter can be settled privately. Hand over 50,000 divinity crystals as the cost of mobilizing the army, and then you can get lost. 50,000? Luo Yunquan's pupils shrank. After all, the martial god battalion had only rewarded Lin Ling with 3,000 divine crystals after he became a grand commander, yet 50,000 divine crystals was clearly an unimaginable compensation. He suddenly regretted it. Previously, Lin Ling had asked him to scram, but he didn't. Now that he wanted to scram, it was obviously too late. Moreover, the idea of military expenditure was too shameless, because even if he didn't make a move, Lin Ling's army would still come. Therefore, he was basically giving money away, and this was also an unexpected calamity. What? If you think it's too little, then make it 80,000. I don't like to ask for too much. Lin Ling said again. 50,000 it is. 80,000 it is. I don't want it. I can't afford it even if you buy my old bones. Luo Yunquan hurriedly waved his hand and said, however, I only have 10,000 divine crystals on me now. Can I write an IOU for the remaining 40,000? Sure, but you'll have to collect interest. If you don't pay, you'll have to pay an additional 1,000 divine crystals every month. Lin Ling nodded his head and said with an open mind. Of course, Luo Yunquan didn't think this was leniency. He even thought that Lin Ling was asking for too much. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he could only brace himself and be slaughtered. After that, he hurriedly asked the others to gather the money and swear a blood oath. When a jade slip fell into Lin Ling's hand, he was surprised. With his current knowledge and strength, he naturally didn't know what a blood oath was. A blood oath was an oath made with one's body and boundary essence. If the oath wasn't completed, then a heart demon would be left behind on the path of martial arts. Moreover, it would appear in the boundary essence, making it difficult for the cultivator to take another step forward. This thing can count, right? Lin Ling said as he waved the jade slip. His words caused Luo Yunquan and the others to nearly vomit blood. They owed a huge debt, yet this youth still doubted them. It's fine. You can tell them to scram. Great Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. His words caused Lin Ling to feel relieved. Thank you, lords, for not killing us. Luo Yunquan and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They wished they could immediately fly away. Now they could only admit that they were unlucky. Even when they stepped onto the path of martial god, the crisp sound of slapping rang out. They were slapping their own faces and cursing, idiots. After Lin Ling put away the jade slip, he coldly looked down at his feet. Young Master Thousand Faces' pupils constricted fiercely as he immediately shouted, Lord Lin Ling, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. I swear that I will never step into this world. Even Luo Yunquan and the others had been extorted. Young Master Thousand Faces didn't dare to be arrogant. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate, an extremely hard iron plate. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was extremely calm during the battle with him. It turned out that no matter the outcome of the battle, he couldn't escape from Lin Ling's palm. You've disappointed me. I thought you were a character, but in the end, you're just a piece of trash. Lin Ling shook his head. If young Master Thousand Faces didn't beg for mercy, Lin Ling would have praised him. Unfortunately, young Master Thousand Faces had directly begged for mercy. This made him extremely despise him. I'm just a piece of trash, a piece of trash. Lord Lin Ling, I shouldn't have come to your territory. If you want to kill the Sun God Monarch and the others, go ahead and kill them. I beg you, let me go. I swear that I will never step into this place. Young Master Thousand Faces begged for mercy again. Although this was extremely embarrassing, his life was obviously more important. In the distance, the Sun God Monarch and the others knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with confusion and dejection. The existence they looked up to had betrayed them. Once an oath is made, it can never be violated. According to this, you will fulfill your promise, and I do intend to let you go. Lin Ling looked down at the head on the ground, causing young Master Thousand Faces' eyes to light up. But in the next moment, Lin Ling raised his sword. Unfortunately, you cut off my grandfather's arm. This enmity must be avenged. The sword, accompanied by Lin Ling's cold voice, ruthlessly stabbed down, piercing through young Master Thousand Face's head. When one's reverse scale was touched, even begging for mercy was useless. As for young Master Thousand Faces, his eyes were wide open in death. If he had known that he would destroy his 8 avatars or even die here, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. He's dead. It's all over. When everyone saw young Master Thousand Faces die, they immediately became excited. The battle of creation was finally over. The master of this world had also appeared. It was their lord Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling strode towards the Sun God Monarch and the others. The Sun God Monarch and the others couldn't summon any desire to fight. Not to mention whether they could defeat Lin Ling. Even if they could, would they be able to escape that terrifying army? They suddenly remembered that Lin Ling hadn't disappeared during this period of time. He hadn't escaped, but had gone to the martial god world to raise his strength and raise his terrifying forces. Why hadn't they thought of this? Lin Ling, this enemy, had always acted in an unconventional manner. How could he wait to be captured? Chapter 2244. All memories returned. It's time to pay the debt you owe me. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and raised his sword. The Sun God Monarch and the others smiled bitterly, their hearts dead. It seems like you have nothing to say. Then pay up. Lin Ling slashed out and cut the 2 ghost emperors in half. Endless light enveloped Lin Ling's body. It was the stone statue fragments left behind by Li Xiaoyao. This change made Commander Huang Qi's eyes flash. He sensed that there was something he couldn't see through in the light. This Lin Ling was not simple. The golden light condensed between Lin Ling's eyebrows. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Sun God Monarch. In the past, you ancient giants joined forces to plot against me. Did you think that I would kill everyone who plotted against me? I didn't. The Sun God Monarch shook his head. The past was like the wind. If he knew that Lin Ling's revenge was so terrifying, he would never have participated in that plan. Now, everyone who participated in the plan was dead. He was the last one. Lin Ling, this avenging angel, was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling nodded. Without further ado, he slashed out with his sword. The Sun God Monarch's head flew up and blood spurted out. The Sun God Nation's martial artists all had ashen faces. Their God Monarch had fallen. Moreover, he was beheaded in front of countless eyes. Most importantly, they couldn't resist and could only watch as their God Monarch was killed. At the same time, a large amount of light surged towards Lin Ling. It was like a golden cocoon that wrapped Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's heart, countless memories and martial arts finally returned. They were all his experiences in the martial god world. Where did this guy come from? Why is he emitting such an aura? Even I can't see through it. Commander Huang Qi stared at Lin Ling in surprise, but he didn't ask. The martial god world was vast and boundless. Every martial artist had their own story. This was someone else's secret, so he naturally wouldn't ask. You guys stay here. The army is retreating. Commander Huang Qi said again. He could tell that Lin Ling's comprehension this time would most likely take some time. Of course, before he left, he said, if Commander Lin Ling wakes up, tell him to return to the martial god's barracks immediately. The god's list is waiting for him. Yes. The scouts replied one after another. Sir, where are these people? One of them pointed at the warriors of the Sun God Nation and asked. Kill him. Commander Huang Qi had already left with large strides, leaving behind a cold sentence. He had no interest in knowing the origins of these people, but he knew that these people seemed to be enemies with Lin Ling. Moreover, these mere martial artists from the Northern Territory dared to provoke the Grand Commander of the Martial God Battalion. This was no different than seeking death. No, Your Excellency, spare my life. Hearing the death sentence, the warriors of the Sun Divine Nation all knelt down and begged for mercy. This was not the scene they had imagined. Young Master Thousand Face should have dominated this world, and then all the ants would be killed or enslaved. From then on, they would be the real God clan. However, the drastic change did not play out as they had imagined. Instead, they were going to die. From now on, this branch of the Grand Court Commandery would be annihilated. Unfortunately, They did not know that heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like dogs. The strong did not need to frown at killing ants. The scout army rushed toward the warriors, and the next scene was a massacre. In fact, this kind of massacre was not uncommon in the myriad worlds and the martial god world. Not to mention the distant ones, just take the battle of the 9 great commanderies of the Great Prairie, where even more people died. How terrifying! Ancestor Tai Yen, Lord Shui Wu, and the others looked at the scene in horror. The aura of the scout army was too iron-blooded, and they could not bear it. Fortunately, this cold-blooded army seemed to listen to Lin Ling's orders. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape this calamity. The massacre only took an hour to end. Blazing flames rose from the Sun Divine Nation, and within the flames, the corpses were burning. One of the scout commanders walked toward Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, and said, "You are friends of Lord Lin Ling, right? This matter is over. You can deal with the matters of this world. After Lord Lin Ling wakes up, he still has important matters to attend to." After saying that, the scout commander bowed to Ancestor Tai Yen and the others. But Ancestor Tai Yen and the others replied with some fear. The army then left in a grandiose manner. Looking at the sky that was gradually calming down, everyone sighed. This battle of creation was indeed exciting. From now on, there would be no more battles in this world. Lin Ling had become the realm lord. Let's go back. After Ling wakes up, he will come find us. As for the matters of this world, we will deal with them ourselves. Ancestor Tai Yen looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded excitedly and left with great momentum. Smoke billowed in the godly nation, but from now on, there was only one nation left, the immortal divine nation. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be walking in the void. He saw the story of a man wandering in the martial god world. Moreover, there was an ancient and vicissitude voice that rose in his heart. Long and high, the beginning of the primordial chaos. Heaven's extremity builds, earth's harmony spreads. 5 elements fortune, receiving talisman. This voice was so ancient that it was difficult to understand its meaning. However, Lin Ling was even more familiar with Li Xiaoyao. Ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. This was the martial god world's evaluation of Li Xiaoyao. However, not many people knew Li Xiaoyao, but when it came to ghost geniuses, many people had heard of them. This was because Li Xiaoyao was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the martial god world in recent years. His rise was short, but his strength was unfathomable. Moreover, he had reached the level of a monster in every major domain. This made many old monsters in the martial god world curious about how a ghost genius could rise so quickly. Unfortunately, no one knew this secret. Now, after Lin Ling saw Li Xiaoyao's memories in the martial god world, he naturally understood. It was the primal chaos divine formula. This was a mysterious cultivation technique that Li Xiaoyao had obtained by luck in a secret realm. With this cultivation technique, Li Xiaoyao had risen like a comet. And this cultivation technique was for the cultivation of the supreme chaotic body. This talent seemed to be the strongest talent in the martial god world. The prerequisite for cultivating it was to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. In the past, after Li Xiaoyao had obtained the primal chaos divine formula, he had immediately cultivated according to the direction of the cultivation technique. Therefore, he had seized the god-eye demonic eyes from various experts and used it to increase his soul power. Moreover, the resources and time required to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit were too much. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao had seized the space-time divine steel. The space-time divine steel was one of the 9 great divine steels in the 9 prefectures. It was extraordinarily powerful and could freeze the time of a world. Its offensive power was extremely terrifying. However, it required one to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit to activate it. With the god-eye demonic eyes in his left eye and the space-time divine steel in his right eye, Li Xiaoyao's cultivation path was obviously not that troublesome. He only needed to continuously increase his physical strength and talent. Chapter 2245. Li Xiaoyao's memories. However, when Li Xiaoyao first rose to fame, he met a pair of siblings. At that time, Li Xiaoyao had just finished a battle with his enemy. Although he killed his enemy, he was also bitten by the enemy's strength before he died. At that time, he was seriously injured. He fell by a small river outside of a quiet valley. That valley was very beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, isolated from the outside world. There were 3 people living in the valley, an old man, and a pair of siblings. The sisters saw the heavily injured Li Xiaoyao by the river. She called her brother and brought Li Xiaoyao back and took good care of him. The 3 of them were very simple and kind, which warmed the cold-blooded Li Xiaoyao's heart. Perhaps because he had fought too many battles, he cherished these peaceful days. As time went by, Li Xiaoyao's strength gradually recovered. However, one day the brother went out hunting and was seriously injured, almost dying. Luckily, Li Xiaoyao's strength recovered a little and he was able to save him. Li Xiaoyao saw that the 3 of them had no strength, so he taught them martial arts in order to repay their kindness. Moreover, under the guidance of Li Xiaoyao, the simple girl was also attracted by Li Xiaoyao's beauty and secretly revealed her love for him. As for Li Xiaoyao, he also liked this innocent girl very much. Therefore, under the guidance of Li Xiaoyao, he gradually revealed some of the cultivation methods of the chaos formula. As a result, the strength of the 4 people in the valley greatly increased and they were no longer afraid of the attacks of wild beasts. Until one day, when an outsider passed by and saw the 4 people in the valley, he was immediately shocked by their talents and greedily wanted to steal them. At that time, Li Xiaoyao did not make a move. Instead, the other 3 people made a move. At that time, they realized how powerful they were. The feeling of being in control, the feeling of having the enemy begging for mercy, the feeling of being above others, was undoubtedly the first time the 3 of them experienced it. They gradually fell in love with this feeling. They suggested to leave the valley. Although Li Xiaoyao felt that it was inappropriate, he still owed them a life, so he agreed to it. The 4 of them were like dragons flying in the sky. After they were born, they crazily swept through the 9 prefectures. They became the most dazzling stars. They were also worshipped by millions of people. Unfortunately, at that time, a seed had sprouted in their hearts. They were too familiar with Li Xiaoyao and knew everything about him. However, they only knew the beginning of the primal chaos godly formula. They were unwilling to accept this and thought that Li Xiaoyao was too selfish. After all, everyone had gone through trials and tribulations together. Why would Li Xiaoyao hide the chaos formula? The seed of greed gradually sprouted in their hearts. Even though the 3 of them were already famous in the 9 provinces, they were still unwilling to resign themselves to their fate. However, on the surface, their relationship with Li Xiaoyao was still the same as before. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves for Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao was the same as Lin Ling. He had the same weakness, which was that he was too sentimental. Becoming a friend was like being treated in heaven. Becoming an enemy was like falling into hell. The days passed just like that. One day, Li Xiaoyao cultivated the primordial sovereign's heart. This was an extremely terrifying heart of gods. With a single beat, it could cause an entire world to collapse. Furthermore, his strength had reached the level where he could break through 10,000 realms with a flick of his finger. This was the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Seeing this, the 3 of them congratulated Lin Ling. However, the flames in their hearts also began to stir. Especially the man named Tian Wengu. He sighed and said, "Father, sister, Li Xiaoyao has cultivated the primordial sovereign's heart. His future will be bright. As for us, we can only slowly be abandoned by him. Sai, we are just ordinary people who were born in the martial god realm. We lived in a valley that was isolated from the rest of the world. In fact, we were able to practice martial arts and grow quickly because of Li Xiaoyao." The older Tian Yenlin said, "Indeed, if it weren't for Li Xiaoyao, they would still be in the valley. We are indebted to him." Tian Wengu's expression softened when he heard this. "However, we also saved him." However, Tian Lioli, who had become more and more like a goddess as she became stronger, suddenly laughed. She seemed to have said it casually, but it made the suppressed thoughts of the 2 become active again. "Father, didn't you want to find the main family? Didn't you want to return to your hometown with glory? If our strength increases by another 10%, we can return to the main family. You should know that the overall strength of the tribe is not weak since they can live in the martial god realm. If we return to the main family like ordinary people, we will only be laughed at, Tian Wengu said with a frown. Tian Yanlin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't want to find the people of his hometown in such a miserable state. If it weren't for us, Li Xiaoyao would have died. Although he brought us to this world and showed us the benefits of strength, he is too selfish. Since he brought us out, he should have trained us with all his might. For example, he obtained the primordial sovereign's heart. Why didn't he find the heart of gods for us? Tian Liuli suddenly said, he only thinks about himself. Yes, he risked his life to obtain the primordial sovereign's heart. However, he should have found 3 for us. Tian Wengu agreed wholeheartedly. Although he gave us a large amount of cultivation resources and taught us many martial arts, he didn't tell us about the most important primal chaos divine formula. He was wary of us. Alas, people are selfish. We treated him like family, but his actions chilled our hearts. Tian Liuli said again. She looked pure, but her eyes were filled with a fiery light that was unwilling to be inferior to others. The chaos divine skill belongs to him. He has no obligation to let us know about it. Tian Yanlin couldn't bear it. So, he hid it from us? Father, you are too kind. We don't want to harm others, but we can't let our guard down. Tian Wengu advised. Indeed, we can't let our guard down. Li Xiaoyao grew up alone in the martial god realm and reached his current height. His hands are stained with blood. He is not a good person. Tian Yanlin was finally convinced. Why don't we ask him for the chaos divine skill? Tian Liuli suddenly smiled and said. Her eyes were burning with anger. Hearing this, the 2 of them fell silent. Tian Wengu frowned and said, given his stingy character, he won't tell us. Since the soft approach doesn't work, we have to do it the hard way. Tian Liuli was still smiling, but her smile was cold. Lily, don't act recklessly. Hearing this, Tian Yanlin's face changed. Don't worry, we are not killing him. We are just protecting ourselves. If he is sincere to us, he will definitely tell us. If he is still selfish, we will force him to do it. I know that he is cultivating the heavenly silkworm godly thunder during this period of time. At that time, he will be at his weakest. Tian Liuli said as she played with the hair beside her ear. Is his talent going to improve again? What a freak. Chapter 2246. A vile move. Yeah, he told me a while ago. Tian Liuli nodded. It's true that he's at his weakest when his talent increases. However, he usually won't tell anyone about it. Since he told you about it, it means that he trusts you a lot. Tian Yanlin's eyes lit up. He's just lusting after my beauty. Tian Liuli shook her head. Let's not talk about anything else. This is an opportunity. The other 2 looked at each other and nodded. Time passed quietly. Li Xiaoyao didn't know that the person beside him had already reached out his evil hand. He continued to head out occasionally to search for cultivation resources, and he would cultivate upon his return. Moreover, he would give some cultivation resources to Tian Liuli and the others. Of course, his natural talent was about to improve, so he needed even more resources. This caused the amount of resources he gave to them to decrease greatly. This made the 3 of them even more dissatisfied. They thought Li Xiaoyao was too selfish and stingy. Perhaps Li Xiaoyao was too good to them, so they formed the habit of helping him whenever he wanted. They didn't expect that it wasn't easy for Li Xiaoyao to get those cultivation resources, but they didn't do anything. They didn't go out to look for them, nor did they help Li Xiaoyao. They just sat there and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. On this day, Li Xiaoyao sensed that a breakthrough in his talent was imminent. His primal chaos divine formula was a triple cultivation of essence, qi, and soul. Not long ago, his physical body had improved. Now that his talent had improved, as long as his soul force also improved, he would be able to step into a new realm, entering the next stage of the primal chaos divine formula. Originally, he wanted to tell Tian Liuli and the other 2. However, he didn't say it in the end. Although he treated Tian Lioli and the others as his family and friends, sometimes jealousy would make people think differently. For example, greed and so on. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Li Xiaoyao left by himself and found a place to practice thunder in reverse, preparing to break through. The reverse lightning training land was one of the secret realms in the martial god world. The lightning here did not originate from the sky, but from the earth. With the help of this secret territory, Li Xiaoyao's talent was also increasing crazily. His talent just so happened to be the thunder element. However, at the most critical moment, the most terrifying thunder heart condensed in the core of the earth and blasted towards Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had no choice but to treat the final tribulation with all his heart. But at that moment, a glazed light came and attacked the thunder heart. The thunder heart went crazy, as if it was enraged. Finally, it wrapped around Li Xiaoyao and kept raging. Li Xiaoyao was immediately seriously injured, but fortunately his talent had been successfully improved. Who is it? Li Xiaoyao, who was seriously injured, opened his cold eyes and said. He had delicate features, and if not for the murderous intent in his eyes, the light in his eyes would be extremely pure. At the same time, 3 figures finally appeared and floated around Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao's face turned pale as he said in disbelief, "It's you guys. You are indeed selfish. You knew that you were about to break through, so you didn't tell us." The people who appeared were Tian Lioli and the others. Tianwen Valley frowned at Li Xiaoyao and said, "We treated you like a friend, but why did you hide it from us?" "Hide it from you?" Li Xiaoyao's long hair fluttered in the wind. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. "This is my path of cultivation. Why should I tell you? And because I didn't tell you, I hid it from you?" It was as if something in his heart had been broken. It was trust. "And that's why you attacked me? Tian Lioli, you too?" Li Xiaoyao looked at the girl in white and asked. The girl said calmly, "You don't have to explain. My trust in you has also disappeared. A person's trust is priceless. Once it is lost, it will never come back." Boom. Hearing that, Li Xiaoyao's heart roared. Even though there was lightning raging around him, he was still undecided. Because the lightning was not as hurtful as that sentence. Even Tian Lioli did not believe him. In the past, in the quiet valley, the girl was very pure and kind. When she saw that her life was in danger, she immediately cried and called for her brother to save her and bring her back to the valley. Then, she took good care of her and did not ask for anything in return. At that time, Li Xiaoyao was also moved by this pure girl. Because the girl was like the blue sky, and also like the gentle breeze under the night sky. Everything was so comfortable. The girl even said that one day, it would be great if time could be frozen at that moment forever. This sentence was very pure. Perhaps the girl wanted to leave behind a beautiful memory forever. Unfortunately, the world was heartless. What beautiful memory could be left behind forever? No matter how beautiful something was, it could not endure time. In the end, it would still die of old age. Therefore, at that time, Li Xiaoyao was once again moved by the girl's pure words. However, after leaving the valley, everything changed. The world of martial artists was a huge dye vat. Even a clean white cloth would quietly change color, causing people to gradually lose their principles. In fact, even if I told you about this breakthrough, you would still come. Li Xiaoyao said with a heart like dead ashes. The only flaw in his life was that he valued relationships. This caused him to trust these people too much. However, his words were like a ruthless slap that landed on their faces, making them unable to refute. Indeed, even if Li Xiaoyao told them everything, would they not come? Impossible. They were already moved. Therefore, no matter what Li Xiaoyao did, they would still come. The reason why they said that Li Xiaoyao did not trust them was just to find an excuse to comfort themselves. However, among the 3 of them, Tian Lioli was the fastest to regain her composure. She said calmly, "Brother Xiaoyao, tell us about the Chaos Divine Formula. You have always been moved by that cultivation technique and thought that I was selfish to not tell you. Then I will tell you now. After this cultivation technique reaches the 5th level, only one person can know about it. If another person knows about it, the other person will definitely die. This cultivation technique can only be practiced by one person in Huanyu. Li Xiaoyao smiled, but it was a painful smile. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to die. Hearing this, the three of them trembled. So this was the case. Li Xiaoyao was protecting them. This. Tian Yanlin frowned. He felt that Li Xiaoyao was sincere to them and treated them as true friends. Since things have come to this, let's just follow the plan. However, Tian Liuli was still calm. At the same time, she waved her right hand. A large number of sharp nails shot out from the belt on Li Xiaoyao's waist and pierced through his body. This belt was given to Li Xiaoyao by Tian Liuli. However, Li Xiaoyao had never expected that such a vicious method was hidden in the belt. If it were any other time, Li Xiaoyao would not be afraid. However, his breakthrough was interrupted by the three of them, causing him to be seriously injured. Therefore, it was difficult for him to resist at this moment. Sharp nether water nail. Li Xiaoyao's face became colder and colder as he looked up at the three of them. Chapter 2247. The Seeds of Revenge. That's why you used what I taught you to frame me? Li Xiaoyao laughed at himself, but his words did not move Tian Liuli at all. Her expression was still calm. Cut the crap. Heavenly fantasy present flame rope. Tian Wengu's face was ferocious. He made a complicated seal with his hands, forming a 5-star enchantment that enveloped Li Xiaoyao. This was another martial art taught by Li Xiaoyao. Then, Tian Wengu rushed towards Li Xiaoyao and stretched out his right hand. Cold Moon Demon Claw. Realm essence erupted, reaching the power of 10,000 realms. Blood gushed out. Li Xiaoyao's chest was hit by the claw, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment he seemed to have no strength to fight back. Your primeval paragon heart is mine. His claws dug in and a black heart was pulled out by the Tianwen Valley. Pain. Incomparable pain. However, compared to the pain in his body, Li Xiaoyao's heart hurt even more. Tianwen Valley was a straightforward brother. When Li Xiaoyao was injured previously, he needed to replenish his nutrients. It was Tianwen Valley who risked their lives to go out of the valley to kill the desolate beast. Eventually, they returned with the desolate beast's flesh and blood. Li Xiaoyao was extremely touched. However, today, the one who became the prey was Li Xiaoyao. This is yours. Li Xiaoyao roared. He had repaid the debt of saving his life in the past. Brother Xiaoyao, I heard that your innate skill has been successfully upgraded. Then, you belong to my Tian Luli. The heavenly glaze made her move too. The glaze light of the glaze realm appeared and encapsulated Li Xiaoyao's figure, forcibly extracting the talent from his flesh. This is yours. Li Xiaoyao yelled again. His eyes were bleeding. His newly advanced innate talent, Heavenly Silkworm Godbreak Thunder, had also been seized. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Tian Liuli said with a calm expression. Li Xiaoyao, your body and talent have been taken away. Don't waste your soul force. Leave it to me. Tian Yanlin sighed softly. Although he couldn't bear to do anything, he had already been exposed. So, he had to continue. Thank you for bringing us out of the valley and letting us know how colorful the outside world is. However, as a person we should end. You won't leave us alone. The Sky Yanlin used a secret technique and grabbed at Li Xiaoyao's head. The first stage of the Blood Crow Dance of the Dragon, defying the heavens and changing one's fate. This was another martial art that Li Xiaoyao's Tian. All of a sudden, Li Xiaoyao's soul power surged toward the Sky Yanlin like a tidal wave. Li Xiaoyao relied on himself to get to where he was today, step by step. But now, everything was taken away from him. However, Li Xiaoyao did not make any sound. He only looked at the three of them emotionlessly. In the end, after the three of them obtained what they wanted, they all started to laugh. Tian Wengu said, Li Xiaoyao, you once told us to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Now that our friendship is broken, don't blame us. Tian was transen. Brother, let him go. We're not Li Xiaoyao. We're not as heartless as him. However, Tian Liuli stopped him. Sai, You are too kind. Tianwen Gu sighed. He looked at Li Xiaoyao and said, My sister is pure and kind. Since she spared your life, you can live on. Scram. The three of them immediately left the valley. Li Xiaoyao lay on the ground, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc on him. His body was very cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His heart was also very cold, as if it had been frozen. Ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. He was the idol of millions of girls in the martial god community. Millions of geniuses looked up to him. Now he had become a cripple. He raised his head. His eyes were burning with passion. He supported his broken bones and crawled out of the lightning refinement ground. Every movement was extremely difficult. However, his willpower and fighting spirit were supporting him. He still had a chance to make a comeback because he had hidden his left and right eyes. He still had the Chaos Divine formula. At this moment, three figures were standing in the sky. They were Tian Lioli and the other two. Lioli, why did you let him go? Yes. I wanted to see if he was hiding any secrets. If he did, he would have revealed them when he was in danger. Yes. I see. Yes. The Tianwen Valley nodded. They wanted to squeeze Li Xiaoyao out of him. However, what happened next disappointed them. Li Xiaoyao crawled out of the lightning refinement ground like a cripple. He relied on his willpower, not any other means. Does he really have no secrets? Tian Lioli asked calmly. Tian Lioli said calmly. At this moment, she was like a goddess, like an empress looking at the common people. Soon after, she said indifferently, Spread the news that ghost genius Li Xiaoyao has become a cripple. Yes. The other two were stunned. They did not expect Tian Lioli to be so ruthless. Li Xiaoyao had become famous in the martial god community. He had offended many people. After the news spread, the situation that Li Xiaoyao would face was imaginable. Tian Lioli shook her head and said, I don't like people lying to me. So, if he meets an enemy and doesn't hide any treasures, it means that he didn't lie to me. I will forgive him. After saying that, the three of them left and secretly observed Li Xiaoyao. In the following days, Li Xiaoyao was like a cripple. Everyone who had been defeated by him came to humiliate him. Hey, isn't this the ghost genius who rose like a comet? Why is he so down and out? Kill him? Wait, a cripple. Killing him would be too easy for him. I want to humiliate him slowly. Enemies appeared one after another. They mocked and ridiculed Li Xiaoyao, giving him a heavy blow. As for Tian Lioli and the other two, they were still observing from the shadows. When they saw the once proud and arrogant genius being humiliated beyond recognition, they knew that Li Xiaoyao was indeed not hiding any secrets. Let's go. From now on, he has nothing to do with us. I won't care about his selfishness because he didn't lie to me. Tian Lioli shook her head. Like a goddess, she flew across the sky and disappeared. Li Xiaoyao was still down and out. During this period of time, he had seen the fickleness of human nature. Those who had admired him in the past mocked him one by one. Those who had been defeated by him in the past all humiliated him one by one. Of course, there were also some young girls who still admired him. They risked their lives to protect Li Xiaoyao, but they died for him. Li Xiaoyao witnessed all this with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was broken. He came from the North Territory and relied on himself to dominate the world. But he didn't expect to end up like this. He had encountered too many storms in his life. He had overcome all of them. But in the end, he was betrayed by his own people. Most importantly, he knew that after those who humiliated him got tired of him, what awaited him was death. And this was the fate of an ant. However, before he died, he left the secret he had been hiding in the North Territory. He divided it into 3 stone statues. He left behind the seeds of revenge. He was going to make a comeback. Those who had swallowed my bones and drank my blood will suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 2248. Increase in strength. Boom. With the return of all his memories, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were cold, and his fists were clenched and unclenched. In the end, he stood up. Tian Lioli, I'm back. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The flames of vengeance continued to burn in his heart. In the past, Those who devoured my bones and drank my blood will live a life worse than death. However, he quickly calmed down. Revenge obviously needed time. Moreover, after so many years, Tian Lioli and the others must have become much stronger. Perhaps they were already standing at the pinnacle of the martial god realm. Therefore, there was no need to rush. Fortunately, he'd obtained the Chaos Divine technique and possessed his left eye. So, he only had to seize the space-time divine steel from his right eye. Triple cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. My soul force has already reached the standard, but my physical strength is still lacking. My talent is also the weakest, so all of these must be improved. Once my essence, energy, and spirit are balanced, I will step into the first stage of the primal chaos divine formula. After that, Lin Ling used all the divinity crystals he had extorted to cultivate. Rumble. The awakening of his memories this time allowed Lin Ling's breakthrough to come naturally. 8th level Martial Emperor. The laws had reached 60 million, and Lin Ling was using them all to convert into boundary essence. His dimensional essence had also reached 40%. If he borrowed the Xian sword record, he would be able to increase his boundary essence by another 20%, giving him a total of 60% boundary essence. Especially the second level of the Black Sword record, Dragon's Finishing Touch. This was an extremely powerful move of the sword world. Its speed was very fast, and it was said that one slash of the sword could instantly pass through a world. At the same time, Lin Ling's God Devil physique has reached the 10th grade immortal physique. His strength has reached 1000 U. However, due to his limited talent, he had reached his limit. Unless Lin Ling found a way to increase the talent of his physical body. As for the fire elemental talent, that was a bit of a headache. Currently, he only had the Yellow Springs Flame, which was not very powerful in the martial god realm. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the martial emperor realm required him to convert his boundary essence. Thus, he would convert his boundary essence first. In this battle with young Master Thousand Faces, cracks have appeared on the Tyrant Song sword. Lin Ling stood up and frowned at the ancient sword in his hand. The tyrannical Song sword's level was too low, and it needed to be improved. Alas, the cultivation of the primal chaos divine formula is indeed troublesome. I can't do anything without it. Right now, my godly devil body should have reached the standard, and so should my soul force. The only thing lacking is my fire element talent. The 10,000 god crystals I had before have all been used up. Lin Ling stepped forward, searching for more cultivation resources. "Milord, you're awake." In the distance, several scouts hastily bowed, causing Lin Ling to be slightly startled. Those scouts then repeated the words Grand Commander Huang Qi had said before he left. "Alright, I got it. You guys can go back now. I'll be back before the god ranking begins," Lin Ling said calmly. After the scouts left, he headed towards the rainforest's sacred land. Although he had already obtained all of Li Xiaoyao's memories, he actually thought that he was more like Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao could only be said to be a regret left in his previous life. Moreover, there were many such regrets in the martial god world. When he was in dire straits, those who had helped him and those who had trampled on him, he remembered all of these in his heart. I've converted 40% of my boundary origin and can erupt with 60% of my boundary origin. Even if I participate in the god ranking, I should have no opponents. Lin Ling thought to himself. He had the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes, so he could comprehend boundary origin martial arts 1,000 times faster than others. Lord Lin Ling. Lin Ling is back. When Lin Ling appeared in the rainforest's sacred land, there was an uproar. Everyone ran out, and they were all extremely excited. Grandpa. When Lin Ling saw those familiar faces, he was immediately overjoyed. Although Li Xiaoyao was pitiful and was betrayed by his friends, at least Lin Ling was not that miserable. He still had a group of relatives and friends who were always concerned about him. Dead. Lin Yi immediately ran out from the crowd. He was almost as tall as Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still the same as when Lin Yi was young. He rubbed Lin Yi's head and said with a smile, "Not bad, your cultivation has improved very quickly. At this rate, you can step into the martial god world within 100 years, faster than your father." Hearing Lin Ling's praise, Lin immediately laughed. I have a set of Origin Blackbird book here. You can use it to cultivate. It's quite suitable for you. Lin Ling smiled and handed over a jade slip. Thank you, Dad. Lin immediately shouted excitedly. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. This little guy was still a child. After that, Lin Ling chatted with his relatives and friends. He also healed his grandfather's broken arm. With his current strength, this was not a difficult matter. It seems that Yu and Yu will take some time to come back. I'll leave 2 sets of cultivation techniques for them. When they come back, they can come to the martial god barracks to find me. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling said to Ancestor Tain. He gently patted the old man's back and massaged him. Well, Ling, you're going back to the martial god barracks, right? Go ahead. When Yu and the others come back, I'll tell them. Ancestor Taiyan looked at Lin Ling kindly. He knew that Lin Ling was going to go out to fight again. He was used to this. After all, if Lin Ling had not gone out to fight, they would have been dead not long ago. Fortunately, Lin Ling could come back at any time, so they did not have to worry too much. Lin Ling immediately said goodbye and strode away. There was no need for him to deal with the rainforest's holy land. After breaking the void with a punch, Lin Ling entered the martial god path. When he appeared again, he was in front of the 2 mountains in the North Territory. The 2 seniors looked at Lin Ling and could not help but smile. You're back. As they spoke, they could not help but look at Lin Ling carefully. They realized that compared to the last time he left, Lin Ling seemed to have changed. He seemed to be more mysterious, and he did not seem to be at a loss about the martial god realm. It seems that something has happened to this guy. They all secretly guessed. Lin Ling bowed to the 2 seniors. However, this time, the 2 seniors did not seem as unfathomable as before. This was because Lin Ling was now the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao, the genius of the martial god realm who had risen like a comet. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling immediately thanked the 2 seniors for their help last time. Then he rushed to the martial god barracks. At this moment, the martial god barracks was extremely lively. The sound of drums shook the world. The battle of the divine list had begun. To put it bluntly, this was actually a time to train the soldiers. For example, in the previous mission, many soldiers did not display their strength. Now they had a chance. If they could shine, they would have a chance to become a commander. As for the commander, they were also competing. Firstly, they could make the soldiers more convinced. Secondly, they could also get a lot of rewards. In fact, Lin Ling's purpose of participating in the divine list was also for the divine crystals. At this moment, the falling flower flowing water sword, Wu Qingzi, and Di Baimo also came out of seclusion, and their strength had greatly increased. Wu Qingzi, you actually converted 30% of your realm essence? When you just entered the martial god barracks, you only converted 20%. Chapter 2249. All the commanders after all, everyone knew how difficult it was to convert boundary essence. Wu Qingzi could convert 30% of it, which was amazing. Didn't you convert 30% of your boundary essence? I think you may have converted 40%. Wu Qingzi said lightly. His words made the soldiers around him in awe. These commanders could summon them, so their strength was not undeserved. Di Baimo is only associate. See you on the divine list. All right. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword said with a faint smile. His smile was unfathomable. Obviously, his strength had improved a lot. Don't be arrogant. It is said that Lin Ling killed young Master Thousand Face. You should have heard of him. All right. At this moment, a chuckle was heard from the crowd. The chess boy, Tang Yue, and the others walked out. What? Young Master Thousand Face is a genius in tating commandery. All right. Di Baimo and the others' faces changed. They had heard of young Master Thousand Face. It was said that he was very powerful. Sir, it is not like that. Young Master Thousand Face has 8 doppelgangers, but they were defeated by Lin Ling one by one. If those doppelgangers were combined, Lin Ling would not be a match for him. Suddenly, a soldier said respectfully. Obviously, he had been to Lin Ling's world, so he knew what had happened. Di Baimo and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that he defeated the doppelgangers one by one. If Lin Ling still won in a head-on clash with young Master Thousand Face, then there was no need for them to seek revenge in the battle for the god role. They could just admit defeat. With my current strength, I can defeat all of young Master Thousand Face's doppelgangers one by one. This means that Lin Ling is not stronger than me. All right. However, Lin Ling can defeat young Master Thousand Face. He should not be underestimated. Of course, I am confident that I can defeat him in the divine list. According to my guess, he has only converted 30% of his boundary essence. All right. Lin Ling is the great commander, but if he loses to us, he will also lose all of his prestige. All right. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others secretly exclaimed. They were looking forward to the divine list and couldn't wait to start and display their dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, outside the martial god barracks, Lin Ling had also returned. My lord. Many people immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. At this time, a familiar voice came from the front. Lin Ling, you're back. It was Lu Chengfeng and the others. Lin Ling glanced around and immediately realized that Lu Chengfeng and the other two had all increased their cultivation levels. These three people were Lin Ling's first friends in the martial god realm, so he immediately smiled. Could it be that you have reached rank 8 martial emperor realm? Lu Chengfeng and the other two quickly walked over and exclaimed. The three of them had all broken through. Other than Pan Luyun, Fairy Danran and Lu Chengfeng had reached rank 7 martial emperor realm. They had wanted to show off in front of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had reached rank 8 martial emperor realm. If they remembered correctly, when Lin Ling had just arrived at the martial god barracks, he was only a rank 4 martial emperor. Freak. I don't know how he cultivated. His cultivation speed is too fast. Right now, he has probably converted 30% of his boundary essence. If he could convert 30%, then he would be a monster. After all, his cultivation increased, and even his boundary essence was converted. This is not something that just anyone can do. They spoke as they walked. Lin Ling also heard their words. He shook his head. If it had been in the past, he would have been very satisfied, but now, he felt that he was still too weak. After all, Tianlioli and the other two were already at the peak of the martial god realm. Lin Ling, I heard that Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others have also become much stronger. They have converted 30% of their boundary essence. They want to defeat you in the battle of the divine list and humiliate you, the scout commander. Lu Chengfeng said. Not bad. However, Lin Ling nodded slightly and did not look surprised. Fairy Danran and the others looked at each other in surprise. Lin Ling was too calm. Could it be that Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat them? With that thought, they felt relieved. Lin Ling was their superior, so they naturally did not want Lin Ling to be humiliated. You guys seem to be more nervous than me. Lin Ling looked at them strangely. Lu Chengfeng and the others nodded. In fact, they were indeed more nervous than Lin Ling. The few of them chatted as they walked towards the camp. Along the way, Lin Ling stared at Lu Chengfeng and said, Lu Chengfeng, during this period of time, you should focus on converting your boundary essence. Don't increase your cultivation base because the faster you increase your cultivation base, the harder it is to convert your boundary essence. The increase in cultivation level and boundary essence had to complement each other. Any increase in cultivation level would have a huge impact. However, those who cultivated could not comprehend it. They could only work hard. However, Lin Ling knew about it. Lu Chengfeng could not help but be surprised. He then nodded and said, All right, we will do as you say. Instantly, Pan Luyun looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Pan Luyun with his left eye. He then said, You should focus on increasing your laws. Your cultivation level is indeed stable, but you have too few laws. The laws were related to the strength of one's boundary essence. For example, if a rank 9 martial emperor only had 6,000 laws, it would be harder to convert boundary essence. So that's how it is. Pan Luyun nodded. No wonder he felt that converting boundary essence was difficult. Next, Lin Ling gave Fairy Danran some pointers. The three of them were shocked. Before Lin Ling left, he seemed to be slightly stronger than them. However, after returning, everything became mysterious. "Commander Lin Ling, how have you been?" At that moment, a smile was suddenly heard. A few people looked over from the group of people in armor. It was Luo Hua Lushui and the others. There was no doubt that their eyes were filled with battle intent. In the past, Lin Ling had taken away their #1 military merit. Then, they had lost to Lin Ling at the Martial God Lake. Therefore, they had been waiting to wash away their previous humiliation. He is Lord Lin Ling, the one who made the Martial God Battalion go crazy? The surrounding soldiers stared at Lin Ling. They had all heard of Lin Ling's name. However, Lin Ling was not moved. He looked calm. In fact, with his current strength, he did not care about Luo Hua Lushui and the others. However, his eyes were fixed on the people beside Luo Hua Lushui. Two of them had made him change his expression. Both of them were rank 8 martial emperors. However, Lin Ling's left eye noticed that both of them had converted 40% of their boundary essence. They were not weak. "Oh, you are the scout commander? You do look extraordinary." Almost at the same time, one of the people that Lin Ling was staring at said. He was wearing white armor and was about the same age as Lin Ling. He held a snuff bottle in his hand and sniffed happily. "Lin Ling, this is Commander Zhou Shi." Seeing Lin Ling's confusion, Fairy Dan Ran immediately explained, "There are many types of soldiers in the Martial God Battalion. Scouts are one of them. There are also archers, siege soldiers, charioteers, cavalry, halberd soldiers, etc. The commanders of these types of soldiers have to participate in the divine list." Chapter 2250. Military Salute. That young man is called Ling Wulai. He is the strongest among the fleet commanders, who are in charge of the Martial God spaceship. Danran Fairy seemed to know more than Lin Ling. Scoundrel Ling? Lin Ling almost burst out laughing. What an artistic name. Their voices were so low that Ling Wulai did not hear them. He said slowly, "In this mission, all the geniuses from various realms have become commanders. However, someone has become a senior commander. There must be something fishy going on." Obviously, he was jealous of Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling was at the same realm as him. Jie Yuan might not be as strong as him. How could he become a senior commander? Among the scouts, only Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and DBMO can make me change my mind. They are the only ones who are worthy of being my opponents in the Divine List arena. Ling Wulai said lazily. "Your Excellency is mighty." Many soldiers cheered. They were fleet commanders, so they naturally sided with their commanders. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was not as strong as Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and DBMO. Ling Wulai had a pair of dog eyes. However, Su Imo did not bother to explain. In the military camp, strength was everything. "Let's meet on the divine list." Lin Ling's silence made Ling Wulai think that Lin Ling was guilty. Even Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and DBMO thought so. However, Lin Ling was looking at another person. This person was more low-key. He was wearing gray armor and was resting with his eyes closed. However, when Lin Ling looked at him, the person opened his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "It's the cavalry commander." Many people noticed Lin Ling's gaze and their expressions changed. This was because they didn't notice the arrival of the army lord. His cultivation was unfathomable. Even Ling Wulai and DBMO did not know that the commander was behind them. The commander is the strongest of the cavalry commanders. It is said that he is from the Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon Organization, that most mysterious assassin organization. Many people whispered to each other. They were both in awe and fear of the army monarch. "Your commander Lin Ling?" At this moment, the commander of the army lords said indifferently. "That's me." Lin Ling replied calmly. "That's right. I heard that you killed young Master Thousand Faces. Your strength is not bad." The Junjun commander looked deeply at Lin Ling. He didn't know why, but he felt like he couldn't see through Lin Ling. It was as though if Lin Ling used all his trump cards, he could reach 50% of Jie Yuan's strength. Hearing this, the crowd's expression changed. the military monarch actually praised Lin Ling? Especially Ling Wulai and the others, they were all speechless and jealous. He only destroyed young Master Thousand Faces' doppelgangers one by one. Young Master Thousand Faces' doppelgangers only had 10% of Jie Yuan's strength each. If it were us, we could do it too. Di Biamo suddenly said. He wanted to remind the commander that Lin Ling was just SOSO. However, the commander of the army lords ignored him and continued to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also looked at him and said, "You're also very strong. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you can convert 60% of your Jie Yuan strength." Hearing this, the commander of the army lord's expression didn't change. However, deep in his eyes, he trembled violently. Lin Ling had seen through his strength? He felt as if all his secrets had been seen through by Lin Ling. Of course, this feeling soon disappeared. Lin Ling must have withdrawn his mysterious strength. The commander of the army lords secretly sighed and smiled. "It seems that I have underestimated you. I hope that the divine list can fight with you. I am the army lord." "Yes. I hope so too. I'm Lin Ling." "Yes." Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and replied. "Sure enough, there is no general under a great name." The commander of the army lords nodded and said, "If you have any trouble, just tell me. If I can help you, I won't hold back." "Yes." He actually took the initiative to say that he would help Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Ling Wulai. They knew that the commander of the army lord's words were directed at him. Moreover, compared to Ling Wulai, the commander of the army lords had a stronger background. "Thanks, but they're just some clowns. I can easily deal with them." Lin Ling suddenly had a good impression of the commander of the army lords. The commander of the army lords had invited him to fight, but he had done so openly. He was much better than Commander Zhou Shi. "Huh, I forgot that you're the great commander. I have to salute you when I meet you," the commander of the army lords said with a smile. He admired Lin Ling because he knew that many of the other commanders wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, Lin Ling was able to face him calmly. It was rare to see such courage. After he finished speaking, he immediately saluted Lin Ling and said, "If you don't salute the great commander when you meet him, you're violating the military rules. If you're investigated, you might even be disqualified from participating in the divine list." Obviously, he was talking to Ling Wulai and the others. Instantly, their faces darkened. Since the commander of the army lords had saluted Ling Wulai, how could they not salute him? "Greetings, great commander Lin Ling." Ling Wulai and Luo Hua Shui Sword gritted their teeth and said. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't bother to say anything and left with Lu Chengfeng and the others. Ling Wulai and the others were infuriated by Ling Wulai's arrogance. They had saluted Ling Wulai personally, but Lin Ling didn't even fart. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't arrogant. He just didn't care about them. Interesting. The commander of the army lords sensed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling seemed to treat Ling Wulai and the others like children. He didn't even bother to retaliate. That was the demeanor of a great commander. Wow, even the commander of the army lords took the initiative to befriend you. I've heard that he's the most ruthless person in the world. Many of his soldiers were tortured. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Goddess Dan Ran exclaimed after they left. They're just external objects. As long as I'm stronger, many things will come to me uninvited. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't care about those empty titles. His goal was to find Tian Lioli and the others. I finally know the difference between us. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. The soldiers were fighting for the position of commander, while the commanders were fighting for the position of great commander. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the commander's provocation. That meant that his ambition was higher than the sky. The commander of the army lords is the most mysterious among all the commanders. I heard that a great commander met him while fighting outside. Later, the great commander invited the army lords. The army lords asked if there were any opponents. If they were too weak, I wouldn't have the time to go. Later, the great commander made the army lords a commander. Goddess Danran said solemnly, "This guy is too arrogant." Lu Qingfeng and the others gasped. This kind of person lives by martial arts. He cares about his opponents, not his reputation. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. He's the kind of martial artist who loses every battle, but fights again and again. Lin Ling was also surprised. He smiled and said, if he has no opponents, he's invincible. That makes it difficult for him to improve his strength. That's why he needs external objects to stimulate him. This kind of martial artist is a true martial god genius. Chapter 2251. Divine Leaderboard Training. However, Lin Ling shook his head. If we were to rank him, he would only belong to the second class, not the first. What? Dan Ran and the others were confused. Because he needs external stimulation to get stronger. First-tier geniuses, on the other hand, can find their own weaknesses and grow without external stimulation. That kind of martial artist is truly powerful. After all, it's easy to get familiar with your opponent, but it's hard to get familiar with yourself. Lin Ling emphasized each word. Dan Ran and the others' hearts thundered. That was indeed the case. Second-tier geniuses needed to constantly challenge their opponents and learn where they were weak. Then, they'd be able to defeat their next opponent. First-tier geniuses, on the other hand, didn't need to. They already knew where they were weak. Lin Ling should be a first-tier genius, right? Dan Ran and the others looked at each other and smiled. In their hearts, Lin Ling seemed to know many things, not just about his enemies, but also about himself. Lin Ling didn't comment. He wasn't a genius. Li Xiaoyao was. He was only relying on his past life's experience. Dong dong dong. They chatted as they walked until they arrived at the divine leaderboard. An enormous mountain appeared before them. A famous flag was planted on the mountain, embroidered with 3 large words, Martial Gods Camp. A large number of soldiers were lined up neatly around the mountain. Their armor was colorful. There were scouts, cavalry, archers, siege troops, and so on. Their auras were extremely condensed, and they stood there like gods. Moreover, the sound of the drums reverberated all around, making everyone feel as if their blood was boiling. When Lin Ling appeared at the scout camp, a large number of people also arrived. At a closer look, most of them were commanders. The divine leaderboard was a training ground for soldiers. If they performed well, they'd be qualified for promotion. The divine leaderboard begins. A majestic voice suddenly echoed in the air, sounding firm and unyielding. Only the last 10 proud soldiers will remain on the divine leaderboard. Those 10 will receive 50,000 divinity crystals, a number of mounts, and a promotion of half a rank. The voice continued to ring out. It was a reward. Lin Ling only cared about the divine crystals and ignored everything else. He was determined to get the 50,000 divine crystals. Therefore, he wanted to be one of the last 10 people. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. I know that many people want to participate in the divine list, but there are conditions. First, soldiers who have cultivated in the martial god barracks for 100 years are not allowed to participate. Immediately, many soldiers sighed regretfully. They were all veterans, so they were disqualified. Of course, if they wanted to become commanders, they still had a chance. They had to rely on their usual contributions. Those below the 6th level of the martial emperor realm are not allowed to participate. The rules were announced once again. Some of the soldiers who wanted to make up the numbers had bitter expressions on their faces. Lin Ling even heard one of the scouts behind him say gloomily, "Sigh, it seems like we can only use other opportunities to shine." Lin Ling was speechless. He was at the rank 6 martial emperor realm. He did not know how powerful the other party would be. Those who have not successfully converted 2 world elementals are not allowed to participate. The rules continued to be announced. Overall, Lin Ling was still qualified to participate. Finally, the voice said, "Soldiers who are participating, step forward." Bang! Immediately, the deafening sound of metal armor was heard. Even Lin Ling's expression changed when he saw the imposing manner of the armor. The soldiers' auras were filled with iron blood and killing intent. It was no wonder that many people in Qingzhou were afraid of the martial god barracks. Many of the soldiers who were participating did not have a position. Many of them were commanders. That is the falling flower flowing water sword. He is an extremely powerful commander among the scouts. It is said that he is the #1 scout. Fairy Dan Yun is participating. She is the #1 beauty among the archers. She is also a scout. I am so excited. When will I be able to participate in the training? The surrounding soldiers looked enviously at the people who had stepped forward. Lu Qingfeng, let's go. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingfeng and Fairy Dan ran. The two of them smiled. However, Pan Luyun did not participate because he was not confident enough. The three of them walked out slowly, attracting a lot of attention. However, some of the surrounding soldiers did not recognize Lin Ling. They immediately exclaimed, "Who is that? What a face!" After Lin Ling gained a foothold in the martial god barracks, he returned to the rainforest sacred land. Therefore, many people did not recognize Lin Ling. After all, the martial god barracks had too many types of soldiers. It is the scout commander, Lord Lin Ling. Someone immediately exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. What? Even the commander can participate? Who can compete with him? He is a scout this year. He is not a veteran. He just made the #1 contribution and became the commander. Amazing. I admire him. Regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not, they all exclaimed at that moment. In fact, many people had never seen Lin Ling before. However, many of them had heard of Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling had clearly become this year's celebrity. However, after the exclamation, someone suddenly asked, "Falling flowers and flowing water is the #1 scout. What about Commander Lin Ling?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. In terms of rank, Lin Ling was undoubtedly higher, but in terms of strength? He is the commander of the martial god barracks. No matter how strong he is still the commander. Are you trash jealous? Someone said sarcastically. What nonsense are you spouting? The scouts immediately retaliated. Lin Ling was their commander, so they could not bear to see him being provoked. Those who spoke mean words were from other military units. Naturally, they did not care about Lin Ling's feelings. Lord Lin Ling is the scout commander. He can control all the scouts, but that doesn't mean he can control our siege troops. That's right. Moreover, as the commander, he can't just talk about it. Sigh. If Commander Lin Ling wants to make things difficult for us, we're willing to accept the punishment. But if Commander Lin Ling doesn't get eliminated in the Battle of the Divine List, we'll be fine. If not, we won't be able to swallow our pride. Many soldiers laughed. They had fought in life and death battles in the past, so they were straightforward and said whatever came to their minds. Bullshit. Commander Lin Ling is the king of scouts. He is definitely not weak. Many scouts immediately retorted. Lin Ling heard all the voices, but his expression did not change. He was unmoved. When a person is popular, there is a lot of trouble, especially in the barracks. Without strength, it is difficult to intimidate your subordinates. Brother Lin Ling can face it so calmly. In the distance, Commander Lin Ling and the others smiled. They were looking forward to it, but they were also afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated. If that happened, it would be a slap to Lord Huangfu's face. After all, Lin Ling was the commander of Lord Huangfu's army. Dong dong dong. At this time, war drums sounded. An old man riding a flame qilin majestically appeared in the sky. I am the cavalry commander, and also the host of the first round of training. Remember, this is training, but outside, if you lose, you will lose your life. Chapter 2252. Heaven shaking earth martial god canon. There are too many people, and there is no lack of people who are just here to make up the numbers. Therefore, more than half will be eliminated, and only 50 people will be left. Many people became nervous when they heard this. Currently, there were 1,000 people who had stepped forward, but only 50 would be left. It was very cruel. However, if they wanted to amaze everyone in the martial god barracks, cruelty was unavoidable. Everyone follow me. Yes. The old man squeezed the qilin under him and led the army towards the mountain in the sky. When everyone landed, he said, "A soldier must have the aura of a soldier. You must have a lofty and unyielding character that does not fear heaven and earth. If you don't have an aura, how can you be a soldier?" Therefore, the first test is military aura. Many people became curious when they heard this. What was the test of training soldiers? Even Lin Ling was the same. He was looking forward to it. Lord Lin Ling, my respect for you is like a torrential river, like the overflowing heavenly river, unstoppable. At this time, a burly fatty beside him bowed to Lin Ling. He held 2 giant hammers, which seemed to be powerful immortal weapons. Siege soldiers? Lu Chengfeng was surprised. That's me. However, Lord Lin Ling, you won't be weaker than me in the first test, right? I'm looking forward to it. The fatty raised his head and said with a serious face. He seemed to be respectful to Lin Ling, but his words were full of mockery. Of course, this was normal. If Lin Ling was eliminated in the first round, then he would lose face as a Grand Commander. Lin Ling smiled and followed the fatty's gaze. He saw a young man looking at him from afar. It seemed that the fatty had received instructions from that young man, so he said that young man should be one of the commanders of the siege soldiers. The young man also noticed Lin Ling's gaze and smiled faintly. He had no grudges with Lin Ling, so he was not targeting Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was just like them, a new recruit. How could Lin Ling be a Grand Commander? Therefore, he wanted to watch Lin Ling put on a good show. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. He was too lazy to fight back against such a senseless action. Boom! Right at this moment, the mountain began to tremble. All around the sky, tens of thousands of horses galloped as the army of 10,000 realms charged over. This was a magnificent army. Moreover, there were experts riding monster kings from 12 directions, holding battle weapons and banners in their hands as they swept over. World King. These 12 powerhouses were actually world kings. Everyone present was at the martial emperor realm. Facing the suppression of a world king's aura, they were all startled like cicadas in winter. Moreover, no one knew if it was a real army or a fake one. A true soldier, even if there is only one person left, when facing the enemy's army of thousands, they will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses. This is the power of the army. At the foot of the mountain, the Grand Commanders said indifferently. The first test was undoubtedly to test one's military prowess. However, don't think that those were fake. In fact, those thousands of soldiers and horses were all real. It was just that they looked very close, but in reality, they were very far away. However, because they were real, their aura was extremely terrifying. Even the soldiers at the foot of the mountain looked as if they were facing a great enemy. If it weren't for the presence of the Grand Commanders, they would have already panicked. When 2 armies fought, what was important was the morale of the army. If the morale of the army wasn't in chaos, then the army wouldn't be in chaos. And the so-called morale of the army was the commander of the army, the flag. At this time, on the mountain, a massive number of soldiers began to fall down, one after another. They were afraid. This was because this was too real. Even falling flowers and flowing water paled. With their experience, they naturally knew that this wasn't fake, but real. They didn't know when this army would reach them. As for Lin Ling, he was surprised at first, but he gradually recovered. He also knew that the army around him was real. However, as someone who had lived 2 lives, just how many storms had he experienced? And most importantly, the aura of a world king powerhouse was something that Li Xiaoyao had experienced many times in his past life. In fact, he had even killed many world king powerhouses. Thus, Lin Ling didn't fear them too much. Moreover, he discovered that his left eye allowed him to calm down. It was actually analyzing the probability of death, and the result was that there was a 100% chance of death. This was because although this army was real, it would take a very long time for them to reach the martial god battalion. Since this was the case, he was even less afraid. He looked to the side and discovered that Lu Chengfeng and the others were trembling. Aya, outsiders can't help you with your aura. You can only rely on yourself. Lin Ling sighed. Time quietly passed. More and more people fell down, lying on the ground and shivering. Moreover, many people rushed down the mountain and were directly eliminated. The remaining people clenched their teeth and persevered. This was because they only needed to last until 50 people passed. The thousands of soldiers and horses still haven't arrived? Amidst the silence, Lin Ling's bored voice suddenly rang out. He even stretched his back lazily. The fat man beside him was trembling as he desperately tried to resist the aura. At this time, he heard Lin Ling's voice and immediately turned his head in horror. His fat face was filled with panic. The aura that he had been holding on to instantly collapsed. What did he see? He saw Lin Ling stretching his back. Moreover, after that, Lin Ling actually took out wine and drank it. Before, he had been provoking Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling wouldn't be eliminated faster than him. But now, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had surpassed him by several hundred streets. And this was the Grand Commander. Do you need help? Lin Ling also looked at him indifferently and walked over. Leave. The fat man's heart thundered. At this moment, everyone was trembling. Let alone leaving, it was difficult for them to even say a word. This Grand Commander Lin Ling was actually walking. Boom. His heart felt like it was about to explode. Coupled with the pressure from all around him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Before he fainted, he only had one thing in his mind. Although Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, he knew that Lin Ling was also a recruit. In fact, he was inferior to him. After all, he had been in the martial god barracks for more than 30 years. But now, a recruit had easily surpassed him. All these years of training in the martial god barracks had been for naught. Plop plop. More and more youths collapsed around them. Gradually, only 200 remained. Even Fairy Danran and the others had failed. Falling flowers, flowing water and the others clenched their teeth and held on, hoping that their opponents would be eliminated first. However, when they looked into the distance and saw Lin Ling drinking out of boredom, they almost vomited blood. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the army. There was nothing they could do about it. They could only curse inwardly. Perhaps because the remaining 200 youths had persevered, the army around them began to push out their cannons. Black cannon muzzles coldly aimed at them. These were heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine cannons. A single cannon was equal to a single strike from a world king powerhouse. And there were countless cannons here. Moreover, light began to gather at the muzzles of the cannons. With just a single blast, everyone would be reduced to ashes. This was an attack that surpassed 100% world essence. It could be said that a single blast could destroy an entire world. Like this, the remaining 200 youths felt their teeth chatter. They were prisoners on their way to the execution grounds. Countless heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine cannons would send them to hell. Chapter 2253. The Dignity of a Superior. That was because they had followed the army into battle and knew how terrifying this type of cannon was. A single cannon could wipe out millions and millions of people. Heavens, they're using the cannon to attack us? More people shouted in panic as they rushed out of the mountain. It was humiliating. The commanders at the foot of the mountain snickered. Every time there was an assessment, there would always be a disgrace. Now, there was one. I wonder how many people will remain in the end. I wonder who will be able to remain calm in front of the martial god cannon. One of the commanders was looking forward to the outcome. There were only 100 people left on the mountain. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others almost ran away, but when they saw that Lin Ling had not been eliminated, they refused to admit defeat. They looked at Lin Ling, who was still drinking calmly. However, he wasn't the only one who remained calm. The army commander was also standing tall, and there were two others who wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Especially the man and woman, who made Lin Ling's expression change. He didn't know which unit they belonged to, but they were indeed amazing. Lin Ling, not bad. You're not afraid of the martial god cannon. At this moment, the commander looked at Lin Ling with admiration. This caused the other two to look at Lin Ling as well. After all, they were still calm, but compared to Lin Ling, who was drinking lazily, their poise was much worse. Actually, I don't know what the martial god cannon is. Lin Ling shook his head. He was telling the truth. He wasn't a veteran, so he really didn't know what the martial god cannon was. This. The army commander was stunned. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others almost vomited blood. No wonder Lin Ling wasn't afraid. It turned out that the ignorant weren't afraid. They were too familiar with the martial god canon, so the more they knew, the more afraid they were. Lin Ling's voice reached the foot of the mountain. Many soldiers and commanders widened their eyes. How could this be? Especially Commander Lin Ling. He smiled bitterly. Thinking about it carefully, it was true that Lin Ling didn't know what the martial god canon was. Lin Ling, you're taking advantage of the fact that the ignorant aren't afraid. You're despicable. Dbimo couldn't help but roar, because he was trembling. Lin Ling was drinking. Comparisons were odious. The martial god cannon is the weapon of the martial god battalion. One shot can destroy a world. Look, the martial god cannon is killing us. We're going to die. Falling flowing water and flowing water said. Lin Ling. Boom. Everyone was silent. Even the commander's mouth was wide open. The martial god cannon was the symbol of the martial god battalion. It was only used against the enemy, not their own people. But now, the giant cannon was used against their own people. This was obviously against the rules. In fact, in reality, no one could use the martial god cannon to attack their own people. However, this was an assessment. Even if they couldn't, the commander would make the impossible possible in order to test the soldiers. However, Lin Ling reprimanded the martial god canon. This meant that Lin Ling didn't indulge in the military assessment. He knew that it was just an assessment. Forget it, the rest of you pass. The old man riding the Qilin said with a dark face. Lin Ling had exposed the maze of the assessment. Even if the rest of the people were afraid, they would still fight to the death when they thought that the martial god canon was just for show. As for the test, it was meaningless. This is the first strange situation in the military assessment. I thought the commander and the others were calm enough. However, Commander Lin Ling reprimanded the martial god canon. He is even calmer. I don't think the commander should participate in this training. But Lin Ling is a new recruit. He hasn't even been in the martial god battalion for a year. The commander at the foot of the mountain said with his eyes wide open. They had nothing to say to Lin Ling. Hearing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi shook his head helplessly. As a Grand Commander, he treats training soldiers as child's play. In my opinion, it's fine if he doesn't want to be a Grand Commander. Comrades, what do you all think? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man in blue armor. It was Commander Xianxia. Commander Huang Qi frowned. The man's words were provocative. He seemed to be targeting Lin Ling. However, his surname was Qian? Commander Huang Qi understood. That was because the surname of Tating Commandery was Qian. Commander Xianxia was obviously from Tating Commandery. Moreover, young Master Xianxia had been killed by Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling is surprising, Lin Ling is still a new recruit. It is rare for a new recruit to not be afraid of the martial god canon and to be calm. Aren't we training soldiers to test the new recruits? Most importantly, the first round of assessment is to assess military strength. Lin Ling was able to reprimand the martial god canon. Isn't that a sign of military strength? As a leader, he should have the dignity of a leader. Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. That's true. The general said that a leader shouldn't be too pedantic. He should be flexible. I agree with Commander Lin Ling. Moreover, although Lin Ling is a new recruit, he is still a commander. We have no right to reprimand him. The other commanders nodded. Commander Xianxia smiled as if he didn't care. However, there was a cold light in his eyes. This time was an exception. A total of 100 people had passed the first round. Many people were excited and laughed. It's all thanks to Commander Lin Ling. If it weren't for him, we would have been eliminated. He is indeed a commander. He is like our leader. Some soldiers who had passed the first round were excited. Luo Hua Shui Jian and the others' faces darkened. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and wash away their previous humiliation. However, Lin Ling's reputation had increased greatly. This was not what they wanted to see. When Lin Ling walked down the mountain, many soldiers were cheering. Even the soldiers who were attacking the city admired Lin Ling. You bastard! The commander of the army looked at Lin Ling speechlessly. Lin Ling was reprimanding the martial god canon. Lin Ling's army was too ferocious. As for the man and woman in the distance, they also looked deeply at Lin Ling. The man's eyes were like a venomous snake's, and his gaze was ready to devour someone. Lin Ling frowned when he noticed the man's gaze. He didn't provoke the man. However, he thought that the others would be jealous of him since he had become a commander. Lin Ling didn't care about them. Rest for 3 hours. The second round will begin in the afternoon. The elder riding on the Qilin shouted, and everyone immediately dispersed. Chapter 2254. Arena Battle. Lin Ling, Lu Qingfeng, and the others walked forwards. Lu Qingfeng and the others congratulated Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling separated from them, wanting to find a quiet place to cultivate. As he walked forwards, Lin Ling suddenly felt something strange. There were soldiers walking all around him, but they seemed to be in a different world from him. This sort of feeling was very strange. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling continued forwards. However, that mysterious feeling became increasingly thick. Finally, he came to a stop. "You've been following me for so long, it's about time you came out." Lin Ling lightly said, "How did you discover me?" The void rippled like water. A figure walked out like a mirror, startling Lin Ling. This person was extremely strong. The person who appeared was very unfamiliar. He was wearing blue armor and was tall. He looked down at Lin Ling from above. World King Powerhouse. Lin Ling thought to himself, "I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself, otherwise if I attack you will die a miserable death." The blue-armored middle-aged man indifferently said as soon as he appeared. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. This was the first time he had seen this person, and this person wanted to kill him? Moreover, this person wanted to kill him from a lofty position, as if this was some sort of reward for Lin Ling. "And if I refuse?" Lin Ling's voice turned cold. "You have no right to refuse." The blue-armored middle-aged man stepped forwards, the killing intent on his face obvious. "Haha, if you want to kill me, at least give me a reason." Seeing this, Lin Ling actually laughed, seeming as if nothing had happened. "You don't have the qualifications to make me give you a reason. If I want you to die, then you had best die immediately." What surprised Lin Ling was that this person seemed to hold a deep grudge against him, not even bothering to give him a reason. "Sorry, I'm very busy. I don't have time to chat with you. If you want to kill me, you'd better do it immediately. However, I don't think you'd dare to do it." Since the other party didn't say anything, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. He walked forward in large strides, magnanimous and fearless. At this moment, the blue-armored middle-aged man was slightly surprised. With Lin Ling's strength, he actually wasn't afraid of him? He stretched out his hand, and a blue ball of light appeared in his palm. Within the ball of light, one could faintly see a vast land. This seemed to be a world. However, just as he was about to make his move, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. "I'm certain that you won't be able to kill me. Instead, after the matter was exposed, you were punished by the Martial God Battalion for attacking your allies and violating the military rules." At that moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded out, causing the blue-armored middle-aged man's expression to change. Lin Ling was threatening him. "What a joke. I can kill you without anyone knowing. What's more, you're just a new recruit. Even if the matter is exposed, what's the big deal?" The middle-aged man in blue armor said coldly. "Firstly, I'm not a new recruit. My position is the same as yours. Secondly, even though your cultivation is higher than mine, how can you be so sure that I don't have any methods to protect my life? Thirdly, unless you're confident that you possess a strength comparable to a great general, then make a move." Lin Ling didn't even look behind him and continued forward. His words caused the middle-aged man's entire body to tremble. Indeed, he wasn't sure that Lin Ling didn't have any methods to protect his life. Moreover, he just recalled that Lin Ling was a grand commander. In this way, he had to kill Lin Ling with a single strike, and he had to do it without anyone noticing. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. His face instantly darkened. He'd come for young Master Thousand Face, But his enemy was right in front of him, yet he couldn't kill Xianxia. No, it should be said that he didn't dare to kill Xianxia. However, his enemy was carefree and fearless. It seems that you aren't too stupid. Then, let me remind you of something. Those who oppose me will not have a good ending. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out once more. His last words were filled with monstrous killing intent. At this time, he didn't seem like a puny martial emperor. Rather, he had the aura of a world king powerhouse, filling the air. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Lin Ling. Then, he coldly snorted and left. He had come here to kill Lin Ling, but who would have thought that with just a few words, Lin Ling would be so eloquent that even a world king powerhouse like him didn't dare to attack. This was too shameful. Lin Ling continued forwards, a sneer on his face. He knew that the Grand Commander was absolutely enraged. In truth, he still didn't know why this person wanted to kill him. This was because in the martial god world, his only enemies were Tian Lioli and the others. However, his previous words weren't a bluff. This was because his white flag could withstand 2 attacks from a world king powerhouse. It was impossible for this person to silently kill him. It looks like I have to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Lin Ling thought to himself. His top priority right now was to convert his world essence as quickly as possible. If so, he would be able to use many powerful methods. At their boundary, they didn't have any other choice. Their only option was to convert their world essence. A few hours quietly passed. In the afternoon, the second round began. At the base of the mountain, a massive number of soldiers gathered, all of them filled with anticipation. They didn't know what the second round would be, but they would definitely be able to see the brilliance of those soldiers. The second round will be the arena battles of the divine list. There will be 10 arenas, and the arena master of each arena will become the final 10 people. The old man riding the Kirin said. As these words fell, the entire audience was shocked. Victory and defeat were about to be decided in the second round. As for the 100 participants, all of them were excited. Although victory and defeat have been decided in the second round, the remaining 10 people can compete for the top 3 positions. The top 3 can make any request to the Martial God Battalion, and the first place will be rewarded with a Martial God Cannon. The old man riding the Kirin said once more. Bang! A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. With the Martial God Cannon, it was equivalent to an attack from a World King powerhouse. Everyone was moved by this reward. Moreover, those who entered the top 3 could make any request. For example, they could ask for some world essence martial arts, cultivation resources, and so on. Even Lin Ling's heart was surging with excitement. He was going to be the first. The Martial God Cannon was an attack from a World King powerhouse. How could he not be moved? All right, let's begin the distribution of arenas. Also, let me remind you that in the arena battles, life and death are up to fate. Along with the last sound, the war drums sounded. Around the mountain, 8 huge stone drums floated up, exuding a strong military aura. The stone drums seemed to be extremely powerful immortal weapons, and those were the arenas. Following that, rays of light shot out, and the participating soldiers all had a jade token in their hands. As for Lin Ling, he was assigned to the 9th arena. Next, the arena battles began. On the first arena, the military lord was the first to fight. He had the strength to move mountains and rivers, erupting with 30% of his world essence and easily defeating his opponent. Seeing this, the crowd began to squirm. 30% of world essence was something only a commander could have. It was obviously very difficult for a soldier to have such strength. It could be said that unless the military lord met a commander, he was invincible. The military lord will definitely occupy the top 10. Look over there, Ling Wulai has also made his move. Wow, he defeated his opponent in 5 moves. Many people looked at the other arenas and saw the scene of Ling Wulai rebuking the wind and clouds. After the latter one, his eyes swept around and fell on Lin Ling. He waved at Lin Ling. Chapter 2255. The first opponent in the arena, Commander Lin Ling won the first round easily, which made Ling Wulai even more jealous of him. Commander Ling Wulai is declaring war on Commander Lin Ling. Commander Lin Ling is indeed powerful, but is he a match for Commander Ling Wulai? I don't know. But I think the most powerful scout is the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. Many people had not seen Lin Ling fight, so they were not very confident in Lin Ling Rogue Ling. Since Ling Wulai had declared war, Lin Ling naturally responded with a tit-for-tat response. Many soldiers couldn't help but laugh when they heard Lin Ling's words. Even Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others laughed out loud. Was this a rogue commander? Being the soldier of this rogue commander, it seems like it's really hard to endure. Lin Ling, you've got guts. Don't meet me. Ling Wulai was originally a dazzling existence in the arena, but now he had become a laughingstock. He was furious. Lin Ling did not look at him and began to pay attention to the other arenas. Except for the two mysterious commanders, one male and one female, the others were not worth mentioning. Among them, the chess boy was defeated quickly. He was unlucky to have met a commander. Suddenly, he was in a bad mood. When he walked down from the ring and saw Lin Ling's faint smile, he suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Everyone was from the same group of scouts. However, Lin Ling and the others had all made a name for themselves with the Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and Lin Ling, while he, the chess boy, was on the decline. Are you laughing at me? The chess boy stared at Lin Ling and said angrily. No, victory and defeat are common. Don't worry about it, Lin Ling said with a smile. His words touched the chess boy's heart. Now, Di Baimo and the others were laughing at him, except for Tang Yue, who was on good terms with them. So, she did not laugh at him. However, Lin Ling actually comforted him? Thank you. The chess boy's view of Lin Ling had changed. In fact, I never thought that you could win. However, Lin Ling's next words almost made chess boy vomit blood. No wonder they didn't mock him, because Lin Ling didn't think highly of him at all. You've got guts. When it's your turn, you'll be eliminated too. The chess boy said fiercely, but he did not leave. He stayed by Lin Ling's side. Of course, Tang Yue also ran over and joined in the fun. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. As more and more people were eliminated, the battles in the arena became more and more exciting. Among them, Tang Yue also went on stage. After an intense battle, she eliminated her opponent. Following which, she walked back proudly and gave the chess boy a sarcastic look. She then stared arrogantly at Lin Ling. In fact, when facing a soldier who only has 20% of his realm origin, you can defeat him with 20% of your realm origin. To reveal your trump card with 30% of your realm origin right from the start, your combat experience is too weak. However, her arrogance was exchanged with Lin Ling's regretful words. You rascal! Tang Yue wanted to hear Lin Ling's praise, not to pour cold water on her. Fairy Dan ran and the others laughed at the side, making Tang Yue frown. This unruly princess seemed to be very willful and domineering. Of course, in front of Lin Ling, she had no right to be domineering. Arena number 9, Lin Ling versus Prince of Lanling. At this moment, it was Lin Ling's turn to fight. The 10 arenas fell silent instantly. That was because Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, an anomaly among the crowd. Until now, not many people knew his true strength, so they were looking forward to Lin Ling's fight. As for the soldiers who knew nothing about Lin Ling's strength, they hoped that Lin Ling would be eliminated from the start. The reason was because they wanted to watch a good show. Of course, such a thing was unlikely. Lin Ling soon appeared in the arena. His opponent was a rank 7 martial emperor. His height was similar to Lin Ling's and he was quite handsome. However, when he saw Lin Ling, his face turned serious. He did not think that he could defeat Lin Ling. You won't kill me, right? The young man called Prince of Lanling said first. Hearing this, Lin Ling was startled. Although he had killed many people and was the Grand Commander, he was not ruthless. He would not kill anyone he did not like. What do you think? Lin Ling said with a smile. That's possible. Prince of Lanling's face turned serious. Being able to reach Lin Ling's level, he was definitely not a flower in a greenhouse. Don't worry, there is no enmity between us. I won't kill you. Lin Ling was even more depressed. Did he look like a murderous demon? Thank you, Grand Commander Lin Ling. I know that I can't defeat you, but I would like to see my limit. Moreover, I would like to see the Grand Commander's limit as well. Sorry for the offense. Prince of Lanling seemed to be relieved. Then, he unleashed a blue law and his boundary essence rippled. 20% of his boundary essence. No wonder he did not have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. This strength was extremely powerful for a new recruit. However, it was obviously too weak for a Grand Commander. Lanling palm. He did not waste any time and slammed his palm towards Lin Ling. At the current martial emperor realm, because the boundary essence was not fused with one's talent, the attacks were very simple. However, they could not be underestimated because if these attacks were to land in the myriad world, it would be enough to destroy the heavens and earth. I wonder how Grand Commander Lin Ling will deal with this? I heard that he also has 20% of his boundary essence. He will probably fight force with force. 20% of his boundary essence. That was when he just entered the martial god camp. Now, it should be more than that. The crowd discussed animatedly. Even falling flowers and flowing water swords stared at the stage, wanting to know Lin Ling's strength. However, they were about to be disappointed. On Lin Ling's body, the godly demon body erupted. The godly demon and the godly demon roared, one on the left and one on the right. They were like protectors of heaven and earth. Moreover, the surging law of fire also spurted out, making him look like he was born from the flames. His palm shot out from the flames and collided with the opponent's palm. No way, he's not using his boundary essence? The crowd opened their mouths wide. They wanted to see Grand Commander Lin Ling's strength, but in the end, Grand Commander Lin Ling was hiding his strength. He's courting death. Falling flowers and flowing water sword immediately shouted. The law against the boundary essence, it was like an egg hitting a rock. However, there were exceptions to everything. Although an ant was weak, it could still bite an elephant to death. When the law and physical strength reached the limit, miracles would be born. Bang! The two palms collided and the two figures were sent flying. Lin Ling retreated 50 steps while his opponent retreated 100 steps. Lin Ling, although he did not defeat his opponent in one move, he obviously had the upper hand. However, to the crowd, this was abnormal because Lin Ling did not use his boundary essence. Instead, he used his law to collide. Even Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others narrowed their eyes. They never thought that at this moment, there would still be someone who cultivated his physical strength. Amazing. You're the first person who didn't use your boundary essence to fight me to a draw. However, I don't believe that Grand Commander won't use his boundary essence. Prince Lanling's eyes were filled with admiration. However, he also threw caution to the wind. The two of them quickly clashed again. Lin Ling relied on his flames and physical strength to suppress his opponent. In fact, he did not use his boundary essence because he wanted to familiarize himself with his physical strength. Chapter 2256. The owner of the arena bang. 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 Even so, Prince Lanling was still losing ground. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. Great. You are indeed the #1 warrior under me. Someone suddenly shouted. It was Wu Qingzi. Prince Lanling was obviously a scout under Wu Qingzi. Hence, Wu Qingzi felt proud of him. Lin Ling was also moved. That was because Prince Lanling was fighting with his life on the line. Even though he knew that he couldn't win, he insisted on fighting until he was exhausted. What a stubborn character. He is just like me when I was young. Lin Ling finally used 10% of his boundary essence and defeated Prince Lanling easily. Finally, the commander used his boundary essence. Prince Lanling only had one objective. That was to let Lin Ling defeat him with his boundary essence. That was a form of affirmation to him. Although he was weak, he had his dignity. He couldn't let Master Lin Ling look down on him. Which barracks are you from? After defeating Prince Lanling, Lin Ling looked at Prince Lanling and asked, Master, I am from the scout camp. I belong to Wu Qingzi. Although Prince Lanling was injured, he still went down on one knee. Very good. From today onwards, you will be in my barracks. Lin Ling smiled and turned to leave. Really? Prince Lanling was elated. He knew how proud it was to be able to enter Lin Ling's barracks. Among all the scouts, the soldiers in Lin Ling's barracks were of the highest status. Now he had the chance to do so? Many scouts stared at Prince Lan Ling enviously. This guy actually made Master Lin Ling happy. He was too lucky. Lin Ling, don't go overboard. He's my soldier. Prince Lan Ling, I dare you to betray me. At this moment, Wu Qingzi roared in anger. Lin Ling had snatched his soldier in front of everyone. This was a humiliation to him. Your position is lower than mine. You are not qualified to speak to me. Stop. However, Lin Ling said with disdain. His words made Wu Qingzi tremble in anger, but he had nothing to say. His position is lower than mine, so he has no right to speak to me. What kind of contempt was this? On arena number 9, Lin Ling had undoubtedly become the focus of attention. However, Lin Ling's luck was not very good. Not long after he left the stage, it was his turn again. His opponent was a rank 8 martial emperor. His boundary essence seemed to have exceeded 20%, but not 30%. As soon as his opponent appeared, he looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. He didn't think that he could win, but he wanted Commander Lin Ling to pay the price. Lord Lin Ling, you don't want to defeat me so easily. His opponent was the first to speak. He was thin and weak, but his eyes were filled with pride. Lin Ling looked at him with interest. It's Commander Xianxia. Finally, a commander is going to fight Lin Ling. From what I can tell, this battle is going to be very exciting. However, Commander Lin Ling will win. It's just a question of how he'll win. Many soldiers' blood was boiling. Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side because of his fame. Everyone wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was, and some wanted to see Lin Ling defeated. There were all kinds of thoughts. You can't defeat me. Lin Ling naturally heard the voices around him, but he didn't care. I know, but it won't be easy for you to win. Xianxia activated his boundary essence. The law was thousands of spears and tens of thousands of arrows. In the end, it formed the power of the boundary essence, which was extremely condensed. It seemed that he was not far from converting 30% of his boundary essence. Of course, he also knew that it would be very difficult to defeat Lin Ling with his current boundary essence. The strength of the boundary essence doesn't mean that the more you control, the better. Instead, you have to be familiar with the control. This is like being familiar with the power of a boundary essence. Therefore, the more familiar you are with the control of the boundary essence, the more chances you have to turn defeat into victory. A black boundary essence spear appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was like a lightning spear, erupting with a terrifying aura. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little stunned. You are giving me pointers? He could hear that Xianxia's words carried a hint of pointers. It's not pointers, I'm just expressing some of my opinions. Of course, you don't have to care, because victory or defeat will prove everything. Xianxia immediately said. Although his words were a little modest, to put it bluntly, he was still giving Lin Ling pointers. Spear leaf boundary essence. Then he threw his spear at Lin Ling, causing the void to explode. Many soldiers were stunned, and then they cheered wildly. So that's how it is, that's how it is. When the control of the boundary essence reached a certain level, it would break out of the body and form a long-range attack. So this was what Xianxia meant before. To be able to make the boundary essence break out of the body, from a certain point of view, as long as he wasn't approached by the enemy, he would be invincible. Commander Xianxia, do your best. Who knows, maybe he'll win. The soldiers who didn't know the situation were all in high spirits. However, the faces of falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were ugly. Boundary essence? If they remembered correctly, Lin Ling had already reached this level when he killed the Lord of the Commandery on the prairie. Commander Xianxia was obviously looking for the wrong person to act tough. Boom! The boundary essence blasted into the arena, forming the power of a world explosion. Success? Xianxia was stunned. He seemed to have hit Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's strength was stronger, as long as he was hit by the boundary essence, he should be seriously injured even if he didn't die. This meant that he seemed to have won. he defeated the Grand Commander? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth cracked open, and he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Of course, his laughter didn't last long. In the distance, a figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Reciprocity demands reciprocity. You gave me pointers before, so I'll give you pointers as well. Although the boundary energy can break out of the body and kill enemies from thousands of miles away, please, you still need to be accurate. I stood there for half a day, and your boundary energy spear actually only shot at my feet. You should cultivate for a few more years. After saying this, Lin Ling punched out, and he also released his boundary essence. However, the fist-shaped boundary essence was as fast as an arrow, and it was fatal. Bang! Xianxia's eyes narrowed. In the next moment he was hit in the chest and smashed outside the arena. However, at this moment he wanted nothing more than to dig 3 feet into the ground and hide. Because he had lost, and this wasn't a big deal. The main thing was that not only was his strength weak, but he actually dared to act tough. He thought he could release his boundary essence, so he gave Lin Ling some pointers. However, Lin Ling showed him what it meant to release boundary essence. This Commander Xianxia is too interesting. He thinks he can create a miracle. I'm dying of laughter. He said it so well before, but in the end, he was slapped in the face by Lord Lin Ling. As expected, mocking laughter sounded. Commander Xianxia roared angrily, held his face, and ran away. Shameful, so shameful. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. These battles were only a warm-up. As for falling flowers and flowing water, they narrowed their eyes. Until now, they still couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength. This made them very disappointed. Chapter 2257. After 500 moves, the outcome was decided. The number of people in the 10 arenas gradually decreased. Basically, those who remained were the strongest among the commanders. And Lin Ling was fighting for the 3rd time. The opponent wasn't weak at all, having 30% of realm essence, also a leader. Everyone thought that this battle would be very exciting, but the commander of the archers directly admitted defeat. Although his world essence was stronger than Commander Xianxia's, his comprehension of world essence was very weak. He couldn't unleash his attacks. But Lin Ling could. This meant that he could only be a living rake. Thus, Lin Ling became the master of the 9th arena. Everything was well-deserved. Many of the soldiers began to daydream. For Lin Ling to be able to become a great commander, it seemed that his strength was indeed not weak. However, the battles of the commanders in the other arenas were also extremely exciting. Especially in the battle of falling flowers and flowing water, his opponent was Ling Wulai. Needless to say, this battle was extremely exciting. Ling Wulai, the number 1 boat commander, falling flower flowing water sword, the number 1 scout commander. This was also a clash between 2 number 1 commanders. Falling flowers, flowing water sword. Among the commanders of the scouts, only you are worthy of my attention. Facing you, I only have 50% confidence. Before the battle began, Ling Wulai's voice was heard. Hearing this, Bimo and the others snorted coldly. If the falling flowers and flowing water sword was the first commander of the scouts, then what were they? Trash? Just thinking about it made him unhappy. Thank you, but don't think that I will look down on you just because you complimented me. Blossoming flowing water sword said indifferently, but his face was still filled with pride. Like Bimo and Wu Qingzi, they are indeed weak. Oh, I forgot to mention. And that Commander Lin Ling, he is not worthy of my attention. Of course, he is a commander and not a scout commander, so he is not my opponent. Ling Wulai said again. After that, he glanced at Bimo and the others, including Lin Ling, with contempt. What? Falling flower flowing water sword is the number 1 scout? Then what about Commander Lin Ling? Who knows? Anyway, Ling Wulai is not weak. If he is afraid of the falling flowers water sword, then the falling flowers water sword must be stronger. As for Lin Ling, didn't you see? He was just lucky. His opponents in arena number 9 were not strong. If he met Ling Wulai, he would definitely lose. The crowd made all kinds of noises as if they all agreed that blossoming flowing water sword was the best scout. As for Lin Ling, he only had the advantage of a position. Let's fight. The two of them quickly intertwined. Staring at the arena, Lin Ling immediately shook his head. That guy called Scoundrel Ling really had a pair of dog eyes. Hee, Lord Lin Ling, it seems that you can only be arrogant in front of soldiers and ordinary commanders. In front of the #1 commander, you can't even enter their eyes. Next to him, the chess boy immediately laughed gloatingly. Of course, in fact, I also think that blossoming flowing water sword is the #1 commander. Maybe even Di Baimo is stronger than Lin Ling. Tang Yue said, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. But blossoming flowing water sword is really powerful. He is the successor of the 10 sword celestials in Green Province. He has been the #1 genius since he was a child. Of course, he is now the #1 genius. Of course, after laughing, the chess boy said with admiration. Nonsense. Lord Lin Ling hasn't fought yet. It's too early to say this. Lu Qingfeng, who was next to him, was dissatisfied. Hee, that's because your vision is too narrow. Wait until you see blossoming flowing water swords fight, then you will know how powerful he is. The chess boy smiled disdainfully, which made it difficult for Lu Qingfeng to refute. In this case, how about a bet? If I defeat any one of them, the black and white chess pieces on your body will belong to me. As for Tang Yue, the jade token on your waist will belong to me. How about that? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. When the two of them heard this, their faces immediately changed. This was because the things that Lin Ling mentioned were extremely precious. They were left behind by their masters. You don't dare. Lin Ling smiled again. He could naturally see that those treasures were extraordinary. If they were used to forge the tyrannical song sword, it would be even more powerful. Why wouldn't I dare? However, Tang Yue quickly nodded her head. She wasn't being generous, but she felt that it was impossible for Lin Ling to win. Alright, if I lose, then from now on, I will call you lords whenever I see you. How about that? Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Lin Ling continued to tempt them. You are the great commander, our superior. You have to call us lords whenever you see us. This is a good bet. The chess boy and Tang Yue looked at each other and immediately laughed excitedly. How about another bet? I say that they will be evenly matched within 500 moves. After 500 moves, the victor will be decided. Do you dare? Lin Ling said again. Lord Lin Ling, aren't you being too arrogant? The chess boy exclaimed. In a battle between martial artists, unless there was a huge gap between their realms, it was difficult to determine how many moves one would lose. For example, if the opponent was not in the right state, or if one was careless, it was possible to lose within 10 moves. Let's bet. Tang Yue nodded her head and stared at Lin Ling. She wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Great. The loser will have tea and back massage. Lin Ling clapped his hands and said. Tang Yue and the rest nodded their heads. They would definitely win this bet. However, the result was unexpected. In the arena, Luo Hua and Tang Yue didn't meet force with force at the beginning. Instead, they met force with force. Obviously, both of them were very cautious. In this way, 100 moves passed quietly. Next, the boundary essences collided and it was another 100 moves. When 30% of their boundary essences erupted, 400 moves had passed. There were excited cheers all around. The battle was extremely exciting, but Tang Yue and the rest were sweating profusely. Gradually, 450 moves. 460. 70. 80. When it was 499 moves, Ling Wulai showed signs of losing. The chess boy and the rest laughed. Was he going to lose? However, at the critical moment, Ling Wulai erupted with 50% of his boundary essence. This was a boundary essence martial art. Amazing! It's a mid-grade boundary essence martial art. No wonder Ling Wulai is the commander. Wait, look. Luo Hua and Tang Yue also attacked. He also has a mid-grade boundary essence martial art. They have exchanged 3 moves. Ling Wulai is going to lose. The crowd kept cheering. Finally, after 502 moves, Ling Wulai was defeated. How did you know it would end after 500 moves? Tang Yue stared at the arena. She couldn't help but scream. Lin Ling was too godly. Lin Ling didn't explain. He said slowly, "Prepare tea and back massage. Also, prepare tea for Lu Chengfeng and the rest." "You bastard! I am a princess. A princess doesn't need tea. You are ruthless." After the fierce battle ended, the soldiers saw Tang Yue and the other two commanders pouring tea for Lin Ling and the others and massaging their backs like slaves. Tang Yue was the princess of one of the 4 upper commanderies and the disciple of a chess boy. Both of them were proud and arrogant. Yet they were pouring tea for Lin Ling? It was a rare scene. "Don't use too much strength. Are you trying to kill me?" Sigh. Lin Ling sat on the chair and said lazily. At this moment, he had the demeanor of a commander. "You are a bastard." Sigh. Chapter 2258. Coward. Tang Yue, let's put up with it. Lin Ling is going to fight Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword. If he loses, we'll take back the humiliation we suffered today. Qi Tong said reluctantly. He noticed that many people were laughing at them. Lin Ling was naturally too lazy to pay attention to their whispering. His gaze was fixed on the arena. That Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword was indeed quite capable. He hoped to see how powerful his sword was. "Awesome. You deserve to be the first scout commander. I'm convinced." Ling Wulai walked down from the arena and said. He had already regarded Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword as the first scout commander. He looked at Dimo and Lin Ling and said, "You should believe what I said. You're not as good as me. How can you defeat Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword?" Dimo and the others all looked solemn. At this moment, they were somewhat convinced. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense with this arrogant guy. The second round was over. The 10 commanders had become the most dazzling existences. However, the third round was coming. It was the last round. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are in the last 10. There is a rule in the third round. Those who are eliminated can challenge one of the 10 people. If the challenged person loses, then they will be eliminated. This rule is to tell you not to think that you are infallible. The old man riding the Kylan said indifferently. In the third round, everyone has to fight 3 battles. After the eliminated person challenges 1 battle, the remaining 2 battles will be fought among the 10 people. Are you dissatisfied? After that voice drifted out, many people nodded, and they became even more excited. Lin Ling also nodded. This rule was very fair. As for the great commanders and other experts, they became serious. The previous battles were child's play. This was the most exciting battle. Okay, let's draw lots to choose the order of battle. 10 ancient steels floated in the sky. There were no words on the steels. Words would only appear after the selection was made. They were from 1 to 10. The first one would have the right to choose his opponent. After that, the 10 people who were about to fight began to draw lots. When it was Lin Ling's turn, his left eye silently stared at the sky, and he instantly noticed that his left eye had actually seen through those mysterious stone steels. This caused Lin Ling to be astonished. At first, his eyes could see through time, and gradually, he could see the world of a world. Now that he was in the martial god world, he could actually see through the essence of things. The martial god realm was the core of the universe. If one wanted to see through the time and everything here, they would need to be a top-notch martial god who controlled this world. However, he had a feeling that his left eye would be able to see the core of the myriad worlds in the future. That one. Immediately, Lin Ling pointed at one of the stone steels. A number immediately appeared on the stone steel. It was 1. This meant that Lin Ling had the right to be the first to choose his opponent. He could choose weaker opponents. As long as he won 3 matches, he had hope of entering the top 3. Commander Lin Ling's luck is really good. From the beginning until now, there's no need to talk about his luck. Maybe he's the Grand Commander, so he's given special treatment. Seeing this, some people said sarcastically. They felt that Lin Ling had won too easily. Even Commander Huang Qi and the others were a little surprised. However, they thought that Lin Ling was just lucky. "Lin Ling, come and fight me." At this moment, a roar was heard. Many people looked over and saw that it was Commander Ling Wulai who had spoken. "Oh, scoundrel Ling, you want to fight me?" Lin Ling looked at Ling Wulai indifferently. Ling Wulai's forehead was filled with blue veins when he heard Ling Wulai call him a scoundrel. However, Ling Wulai endured it. Those who are eliminated can challenge the top 10. This is the rule. So, I want to fight you. Do you want to fight me? Ling Wulai walked forward step by step. His armor shone with dazzling light. He wanted to trample on Lin Ling and make the Grand Commander lose face. Ling Wulai, the first commander of the boat division, had a fierce battle with the first commander of the scout division. Ling Wulai is not weak. This battle is going to be more exciting. I wonder if Commander Lin Ling or Ling Wulai will win. Let's see. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. However, Lin Ling just smiled and did not speak. Commander Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid to fight, would he? Someone asked suspiciously. It's not strange that Commander Lin Ling is afraid to fight. After all, Lin Ling is not an ordinary commander. He's the first commander of the boat division. In terms of time, Commander Lin Ling has been in the Martial God Battalion for a shorter time. He won't lose face even if he doesn't fight. Someone among the scouts said, trying to save Lin Ling's face. Even if that's the case, it's too shameful for a commander to not dare to fight a commander. That's right. If a commander doesn't dare to fight, how can he be called a commander? The soldiers of the other troop classes naturally added insult to injury. However, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others were stunned. Lin Ling was afraid to fight? The reason was simple. Lin Ling was afraid of Ling Wulai. After all, Ling Wulai had fought before and displayed his strength. Lin Ling knew Ling Wulai's strength, so he thought he was inferior to Ling Wulai. That means he's inferior to me. Falling Flower Flowing Water was excited. He was the first scout. Are you really afraid to fight? Lin Ling, you're a coward. Ling Wulai laughed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be afraid to fight. Coward? Instantly, his contemptuous voice spread throughout the Martial God Battalion. That's too much. How rude. Lu Qingfeng and the others were furious. If Ling Wulai scolded Lin Ling as a coward in front of all the soldiers, who would believe in Lin Ling in the future? They would probably laugh at him secretly. Lin Ling is right not to fight. Although his reputation is important, his life is more important. Tang Yue shook her head and said. Her words stunned Lu Qingfeng and the others. They could vaguely hear that Tang Yue was worried about Lin Ling's safety. He doesn't dare to fight? Among the commanders, the blue-armored commander Xianxia frowned. This was not what he wanted to see. He wanted to see Lin Ling die in the arena. However, Lin Ling admitted defeat when facing someone who was stronger than him? If so, how could he kill Lin Ling? Xianxia immediately looked at one of the 10 people. That person was holding a long halberd. His face was cold and he was wearing a red cloak and red armor. He looked majestic. The Divine List is a training ground for the commanders and the soldiers. As a commander, you don't dare to accept the challenge from the other commanders. Are you still a soldier? Are you still a man? Moreover, according to the rules of the third round, the last 10 people have to accept the challenge from the one who was eliminated. If you refuse, it means you admit defeat. A coward as the commander of the scouts. What a joke. What a joke. But let me tell you, coward, my first battle is with you. I want you to lose 2 battles in a row. The red-armored man kicked the halberd at his feet and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar, his eyes filled with contempt. Coward. Chapter 2259. He thought too highly of himself. It's Commander Hong Qing. The soldiers were shocked. Hong Qing was the #1 commander of the halberd troop. She was a cold and ruthless person. She had been ordered by the Martial God Battalion to capture a wanted criminal in the Infinite Water Boundary. However, she had destroyed the entire Infinite Water Boundary and killed billions of people. After that, no one dared to provoke her. It could be said that in terms of ferocity, he was #1 among all the commanders. She wants to fight Lin Ling. Commander, The commander suddenly frowned. He was extremely wary of Commander Hong Qing. Lin Ling's face darkened. He didn't offend her, but she was being so aggressive. Moreover, he was jealous of Lin Ling. This was nothing, but Lin Ling could clearly sense the murderous intent in his eyes. She wanted to kill him. She wanted to kill him even though there was no enmity between them. What a coward. However, Commander Hong Qing, Lord Lin Ling is my opponent. You don't have to fight him. He should fight me first. All right. As for Ling Wulai, he said with a smile. They both seemed to think that Lin Ling was their prey. The two of them echoed each other while Lin Ling remained silent. This caused many people to sympathize with Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was still the Grand Commander. The old man on the Qilin sighed and said, "Since Commander Lin Ling doesn't dare to fight me, then I'll consider this battle as an admission of defeat. Commander Lin Ling has lost one of the 3 battles." Before he could finish his sentence, an indifferent voice sounded, "Wait." The crowd looked over and saw that it was Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling had finally chosen to fight for his pride? However, it was normal. He had been called a coward. No one would be able to endure it. However, showing off without strength would only make him lose face. Oh, he decided to fight me? Ling Wulai looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at the old man in the sky and said, "My lord, do I have to accept Ling Wulai's challenge?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man riding the Qilin was stunned. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Those who were eliminated could challenge one of the 10 people. This was a rule that everyone knew. Ling Wulai laughed and wanted to say something. However, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. "Doesn't the one who drew lot number 1 have the right to choose first?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the laughter stopped. The old man riding the Qilin was also stunned. He had forgotten about this matter. Previously, Ling Wulai wanted to challenge Lin Ling. However, he had forgotten that Lin Ling had the right to choose the first battle. If Ling Wulai wanted to challenge Lin Ling, he could only choose the second battle. As a person who had been eliminated, he wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Ling. Ling Wulai was speechless. There will always be some mad dogs when training soldiers on the divine list. Others haven't even spoken yet, but they are already complacent and self-righteous. They even think that they have won everything. Moreover, they overestimate themselves and ridicule others as cowards. Is such a short-sighted person really qualified to be a commander? Lin Ling's voice sounded again. The crowd knew that he was talking about Lin Ling. However, it was true. Lin Ling had the right to choose first. Who was Ling Wulai? Who was he to challenge? He was a mad dog. Are you calling me a mad dog? Ling Wulai's face darkened and he said, "I admit that you have the right to choose first. However, if you don't dare to fight, you are a coward. You can't change that." Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He would prove it with his actions. He flew out and landed on the stone drum arena in the sky. Commander Lin Ling was going to fight. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling had been silent. They thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He had the right to choose his opponent. Ling Wulai felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His body was trembling with anger. However, he sneered and said, "You have guts. Okay, I will fight with you." He wanted to walk out. However, a sword was pointed at him from the stone drum arena and he said, "Did I ask you to fight? You are too weak. I don't want to fight with you. Don't want to fight with you." Lin Ling's voice was like a war drum that echoed throughout the martial god battalion. Even Commander Huang Qi and the others opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Falling flowers, flowing water sword, come up. However, Lin Ling's next sentence was like a thunderclap, causing the soldiers to feel dizzy and dizzy. Lin Ling didn't want to fight with Ling Wulai because Lin Ling wanted to choose his opponent. His opponent was falling flowers, flowing water sword. In fact, everyone knew who was stronger between falling flowers, flowing water sword and Ling Wulai. Suddenly, countless loud slaps fell on Ling Wulai's face. He was so ashamed that he didn't know where to hide his face. Lin Ling had jumped over him and challenged the expert above him. He wasn't even qualified to be Lin Ling's opponent. He was like a clown. Ling Wulai thought that he was great. In the end, Lord Lin Ling didn't even like him. He thinks too highly of himself. After a moment of silence, all the scouts laughed mockingly. As for Falling Flower's flowing water sword, he was extremely surprised that Lin Ling wanted to challenge him. Instantly, he flew to the stone drum arena in the sky and said lightly, "What a surprise!" Looking at Falling Flower's flowing water sword, Di Baimo and the others were looking forward to it. They had lost to Lin Ling in the past. Today, they wanted to see Lin Ling being humiliated. Both of them are at rank 8 Martial Emperor realm. However, Falling Flower's flowing water sword has more than 30% of his boundary origin. Moreover, he has cultivated a rank 1 boundary origin martial skill and can erupt with 5% of his boundary origin. Together with the green boundary sword in his hand, his boundary origin can barely reach 50%. Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling came out with you. How is his strength? Many of the commanders below the stone drum arena squinted their eyes and asked. They weren't familiar with Lin Ling. As for Falling Flower's flowing water sword, they were very clear about his strength because of the previous battle. In fact, they didn't think that Lin Ling could win. Commander Huang Qi smiled bitterly and said, when he was cultivating in the martial god barracks, he converted 20% of his boundary origin. I don't know what happened next. However, his cultivation level rose quickly. When we first met, he was only at rank 4 Martial Emperor realm. Hearing this, the commanders gasped. It was indeed rare for someone to rise 4 cultivation levels in such a short period of time. However, it is only 20% of his boundary origin. Even if he has been cultivating hard, he can only convert 30% of his boundary origin. In terms of martial skills and weapons, he is weak. Soon, a commander sighed and said, Lin Ling shouldn't be able to win. In fact, Commander Huang Qi thought so too. Although Lin Ling had defeated young Master Thousand Face, young Master Thousand Face's avatar only had 10% of his boundary origin. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat them one by one. I am the number 1 commander. Lord Lin Ling, your position is only higher than mine. Don't think that you have surpassed me in strength. At that moment, Falling Flower's flowing water sword gradually became excited in the stone drum arena. Old and new grudges could be resolved together. Moreover, he could also prove that he was the real Scout King. Chapter 2260. Battle for the first commander. The Falling Flowers and flowing water sword was unsheathed. When the sword was unsheathed, the Falling Flowers were in full profusion. The merciless flowing water. Like a shooting star, it shot towards Lin Ling. The sword was fast. Many of the scouts and commanders present couldn't see through that sword. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and also drew his sword. Clang. Sword tips collided with sword tips. Terrifying world essence energy erupted, capable of engulfing an entire world. The two figures retreated at the same time. One retreated 100 meters, while the other retreated 200 meters. On the other hand, Lin Ling had retreated 200 meters. He seemed to have fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start. Amazing! With just his physical body and talent, in addition to 20% of his realm essence, he actually blocked 30% of my realm essence. The Falling Flower's flowing water sword waved his sword and said, but I still say the same thing. You should study harder in the field of dimensional transformation and not waste your time on other fields. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Flower petals fluttered in the air. With this sword, his boundary essence had increased. By borrowing the sword in his hand, he actually reached 40% of his realm essence, terrifying to this degree. Obviously, he wanted to win beautifully, so he attacked like a storm right from the start. Seeing this, many people stopped breathing, and their minds were constantly analyzing. But from the looks of it, Commander Lin Ling shouldn't be able to block that sword. Lost, he's definitely lost. Tang Yue and the chess boy looked at each other. Both of them were a little excited, looking forward to the bet after Lin Ling lost. As for Lin Ling, he stood there like a pine tree. In the previous sword strike, he clearly didn't even use 50% of his strength. The reason was that he wanted to see what the boundary essence of the Falling Flower's flowing water sword was like. And the result was that the other party was able to release his realm essence, moreover fuse it with his innate talent. Although the fusion was very small, it was still worthy of praise. It seemed that while he was bitterly cultivating, others were also bitterly cultivating and growing. The competition in the martial god realm was very fierce, and if he was a step slower, he would be stepped on by others and ruthlessly humiliated. Unfortunately, even though his opponent's cultivation speed was fast, Lin Ling wasn't slow either. I still have 2 more strikes to defeat you. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. His voice undoubtedly caused everyone's hearts to tremble. 2 more strikes? Could it be that Lord Lin Ling intends to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes? Clang. The second sword collided. What was frightening was that Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword's boundary essence carried the taste of falling flowers flowing water, but Lin Ling's sword also carried the power of space. His mastery of realm essence has already reached the initial stage of fusion. Great Commander Huang Qi and the others immediately cried out in alarm. In terms of controlling the domain of boundary essence, Lin Ling was no weaker than Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword. At this moment, the sword tips were still clashing. It was like a battle between the number 1 commanders, a battle between the number 1 swordsmen. Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword's expression changed. He did not expect that Lin Ling's sword Dao was not weaker than his. Lin Ling's control of boundary essence was also extremely skilled. You have some ability, but world essence represents everything. He erupted with a terrifying sword strike. 40% of his realm essence was gathered at the tip of the sword. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. Lin Ling previously said that he could defeat him in 3 strikes. This was a disgrace to him. He wanted to see where Lin Ling got the qualifications to boast. Clearly, he only had 30% of his realm essence, but the sword in his hand was extremely extraordinary. It increased the power of his realm essence. Kakaka. Instantly, the aura on the stage became fierce. It was as if countless invisible realm essence astral winds were sweeping across. This was the pressure of realm essence. But at this moment, Lin Ling's sword also changed. It was as if the power from the space world was surging like a storm, causing his realm essence to increase crazily. It actually reached 40%. The 2 swords collided again. Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword's sword was bent. This meant that in terms of realm essence, Lin Ling was stronger than Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword. What, old Huang, his realm essence has been converted to 40%? Or is it the sword in his hand that increases the power of his realm essence? No, definitely not. His sword only increases the power of law. It did not increase his realm essence at all. This means that he has converted 40% of his realm essence? This change caused the senior commanders to suck in a breath of cold air. In a short period of time, Lin Ling's cultivation had crazily increased by 4 realms. This shocked them. But who knew that Lin Ling's realm essence conversion was also so monstrous? You converted 40% of your realm essence? Almost at the same time, Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword roared angrily. He believed that he was a martial god genius. He believed that he was stronger than Lin Ling in any field. Therefore, he wanted to ruthlessly defeat Lin Ling. But now, he realized that after he lost to Lin Ling in the past, it was impossible for him to surpass Lin Ling. Because he was strong, Lin Ling was stronger. He even surpassed him by more. After all, he had only converted 30% of his realm essence. To be able to erupt with 40% of his realm essence, he still relied on the sword in his hand. I'm not satisfied. Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword roared angrily. The sword in his hand trembled and a powerful force erupted. It pushed back Lin Ling's sword. At the same time, the 3 realms sword appeared behind him. Countless swordsmen were brandishing their swords. Their beliefs, their swordsmanship, they were all integrated into Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword. This was the realm essence of Small Sword Mountain. This sword had reached 50% of the realm essence's power. It was terrifying. The 3 realm sword, a mid-grade realm essence martial art. It comes from Small Sword Mountain realm. That's a relatively famous sword cultivation realm in the southern border. Many people shouted excitedly. In fact, they had seen this sword before. But when they saw it again, they were still shocked. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He realized that Falling Flowers' flowing water sword had increased his realm essence. At least 50%. This was a realm essence martial art. However, those realm essence martial arts aroused his interest. They should be martial arts from the myriad worlds. You're not the only one who has realm essence martial arts. Finally, Lin Ling also used realm essence martial arts. Black Sword Record. First level, 10 years of sharpening a sword. When the sword was swung, the realm essence from the sword world seemed to pass through thousands of voids and transmitted into Lin Ling's sword. His sword was even more dazzling and domineering. It was also 50% realm essence, but it was more condensed. After all, Lin Ling relied on his own body, but Falling Flowers' flowing water sword relied on too many external objects. Lin Ling also knows realm essence martial arts. Those commanders were shocked at Falling Flowers' flowing water sword at first, but soon their eyes moved. I remember that at Martial God Lake, Lord Lin Ling obtained a set of realm essence martial arts. It seems to be the Black Sword Record. It came from the sword world. It's a second-grade realm essence martial art. Heavens, he actually succeeded in cultivating it too. His realm is rising crazily, his realm essence is changing crazily, and even the martial art has been successfully cultivated. Is he a demon king? The crowd's eyes also turned to Lin Ling. At this moment, they finally saw what it meant to be a powerful monster in all major fields. After all, when a martial art is cultivated, they would have to spend a lot of time on any domain. Thus, with the same amount of time, most of them would only strengthen a single domain. There was simply no one who could cultivate in all domains. However, Lin Ling had done so. Furthermore, without mentioning anything else, just the word second-grade boundary origin martial art alone was enough for a martial artist to comprehend for several years. Moreover, Falling Flowers' flowing water sword's martial art came from the small sword mountain world, but Lin Ling's martial art came from the sword world. The two could not be compared at all. Chapter 2261. The Strongest Foreclang. Falling Blossom's flowing water's sword broke into pieces. His face turned pale as he saw a dazzling giant sword slashing towards him from his hometown. He lost. He had suffered a crushing defeat in the battle for the number 1 commander position. He had no chance to fight back after 3 moves. But at this moment, the sword stopped in front of his neck. At the same time, a calm voice drifted over, "You lost." Hearing this, Falling Blossom's flowing water raised his eyes and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling didn't kill him? Because in the arena, life and death were up to fate. He provoked Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling killed him, no one would object. "Why didn't you kill me?" Falling Blossom's flowing water gritted his teeth and said, "You and I have no enmity. As for you targeting me, that's because you're unwilling to accept it. I won't kill people who are unwilling to accept it. On the contrary, I'll admire them." Lin Ling smiled faintly. Plop. Falling Blossom's flowing water was stunned. Then his heart roared. He knelt down on one knee. "Sir." He was convinced by this sentence. At this moment he, the first commander, was finally willing to give up his position. And he also knew why Lin Ling was able to become the scout commander. "Get up." Lin Ling smiled, kept his sword and left. The entire arena was silent for a moment. Finally, there was a sound like the waves of the sea. "Sir is mighty. Sir is mighty. Let's see who dares to not submit to Sir Lin Ling." Amazing! He defeated the first scout in 3 moves. The king of scouts lives up to his name. His cultivation is too strange. He's so strong in all areas. I'm afraid he's the only one who's worthy of the word genius. Many soldiers said with admiration. Previously, Lin Ling didn't show his strength, so they were disdainful and doubted Lin Ling's position. But now they had no more doubts. "Scoundrel Ling, go fight Sir Lin Ling. Weren't you very arrogant before?" A scout suddenly looked at Scoundrel Ling and said. At this moment, Ling Wulai's face was extremely pale and he was even flustered. He wasn't even a match for Falling Blossom's flowing water, let alone Lin Ling. Moreover, he had lost Blossom's flowing water and had lost 500 moves. Lin Ling had only used 3 moves and won. Compared to Lin Ling, he was obviously a clown. No wonder Lin Ling didn't want to fight with him. A stray dog, you only know how to be arrogant when others are weak. Now that you see someone who is weaker than you immediately shut up? Scoundrel, 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 scoundrel. Scoundrel, scoundrel Wulai. For the first time in Wulai's, he felt Wulai's he doesn't dare to fight. Even if he does, he will at most lose to Lord Lin Ling in 1 move. At this moment, Blossoming Flowing Water Sword said indifferently. He was also directly mocking the other party. Somzazes. How could a loser, who had been defeated in 1 move, mock Sir Lin Ling as a coward? Ling Wulai, you're the coward. Finally, even more mocking voices rang out like the waves of the sea. Ling Wulai could only brace himself to accept the word, coward. When Lin Ling returned to the scout's side, Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and the others looked at Lin Ling in shock. They had never thought that Lin Ling would win. This guy seemed to be a little stronger than us when we first met him. How could he be so much stronger now? Qi Tong felt frustrated. Di Bimo and the others in the distance felt the same. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. They felt ashamed. You actually won. You're a monster. Tang Yue frowned and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling looked calm, as if defeating Blossom's flowing water wasn't something to be proud of. He said lightly, "Take out your wager." Are you a pervert? Others would be jumping for joy if they won, but you're so stubborn. Instead, you're eyeing our treasures. You greedy bastard. Tang Yue was exasperated, but she still handed over the jade pendant. Qi Tong also felt that Lin Ling was too calm. He then handed over the black and white chess pieces with a wry smile. Thank you. Lin Ling accepted the treasures with a smile. He was very poor now, so he wouldn't miss out on any treasures. Next, the 3rd round continued. Of course, the most dazzling battle so far was still Lin Ling's battle. Most of the remaining commanders gave up and didn't dare to compete for the top 3. Those who had some fighting spirit didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling. As time passed, it was finally Commander Che Jun's turn. He only had 3 opponents. One was Commander Hong Qing, another was the number 1 commander of the archers, Fairy Dan Yun, and the last was Lin Ling. All 3 of them were very strong, and he couldn't tell who was stronger. However, Commander Che Jun liked challenging the difficulty the most. Therefore, he chose Commander Hong Qing. Commander Hong Qing is the number 1 among all the commanders. Commander Che Jun actually challenged her? Don't you know? Commander Che Jun likes to challenge the strongest. This also means that in Commander Che Jun's heart, Commander Hong Qing is the most terrifying. As for Lin Ling and Fairy Dan Yun, they're also very strong. However, they shouldn't have reached Commander Hong Qing's level. The crowd began to analyze. Blossom's flowing water and the others also looked at Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be satisfied, but they realized that Lin Ling was very calm. However, they also agreed with Commander Che Jun's choice. Especially Blossom's flowing water. After he laughed, he actually took the initiative to approach Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling, don't be angry. Commander Che Jun and Commander Hong Qing are the strongest commanders in the previous generation. It's normal for them to be stronger. Yes, Lord Lin Ling isn't as strong as them for now. However, it won't be long before Lord Lin Ling surpasses them. Di Bimo also walked over with a smile. In the past, they didn't accept Lin Ling because they felt that the gap between them wasn't big. However, now they felt that the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, they directly submitted to him. Do I look like I'm angry? What's more, there's always someone stronger. If I get angry when I see someone stronger than me, I'm afraid I'll die of anger. Lin Ling stared at them and suddenly scolded them with a smile. Lord Lin Ling, you have a good attitude. Di Bimo and the others immediately smiled. They treated Lin Ling as their boss. At this moment, the fierce battle on the arena had already begun. In fact, This battle could be said to be the craziest battle in the third round. Moreover, many people already had the top 3 names in their hearts. They were Commander Hong Qing, Fairy Dan Yun, Commander Che Jun, and Lin Ling. One of them would be eliminated. This is 50% realm origin. At this moment, the crowd exclaimed. This was because the 2 lords on the arena had directly erupted with 50% realm origin. Moreover, in terms of power, it was more powerful than Lin Ling's previous strike. So strong. Fortunately, my goal is to be in the top 10. If I were to compete for the top 3, I'm afraid I would be defeated in one move. Blossom's flowing water clenched his fist and said unwillingly. The gap was too big. Boom. However, something even more terrifying happened. On the martial stage, 60% of his boundary origin erupted. Commander Che Jun and Commander Hong Qing both had 60% realm origin. Chapter 2262. The tyrannical Commander Hong Qing. However, Commander Hong Qing was clearly a level higher. Her halberd was mighty and domineering, and it could attack and defend. When defending, it could reach 50% world origin. When attacking, it could reach 60% world origin. Looking at Commander Che Jun, he could only use 60% world origin when attacking. In terms of defense, he was a bit weaker. Thus, he was finally defeated. Sighs of regret came from the surroundings. However, in their hearts, they did not find it strange. Because they had already determined that Commander Hong Qing was the number 1. Using 50% world origin, using martial arts to reach 60% world origin, she can attack and defend. Impressive. Commander Huang Qi and the other seniors also praised. They also believed that Commander Hong Qing was the number 1. And the following battle was undoubtedly much dimmer. Commander Che Jun walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled at him and said, almost. If you were just a bit faster, he wouldn't be able to block 60% of your world origin. Yes. Commander Che Jun shook his head. That might not be the case. Anyway, he's very strong. I feel that no matter what, we can't defeat him. Yes. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling did not comment. You all definitely think so when watching from the outside. However, watching from the sidelines is one thing. When the real battle starts, your opinions will be different. Commander Che Jun was still firm in his opinion. Commander Che Jun, are you saying that none of our commanders can defeat him? Falling flower flowing water frowned and said. Commander Che Jun pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Ling. If it's the next godless training, this guy might be able to. Yes. Hearing this, falling flower flowing water and the others sucked in a cold breath. However, thinking about it, with Lin Ling's talent, it was indeed possible. Next time? Lin Ling shrugged, but he had a different opinion in his heart. However, he was too lazy to say it out loud. Because even if he said it, no one would believe him. Just like Commander Che Jun, he had his own opinion. He believed that Commander Hong Qing would not lose at all. Therefore, he denied Lin Ling's opinion. In fact, he did not know that although Lin Ling was not on the stage, his left eye had analyzed everything. As for the arena, the battles continued. Fairy Pill Cloud came out to fight. She was also one of the strongest 4. However, what was surprising was that she didn't choose to challenge the strong, but the weak. She was obviously very cautious. What surprised Lin Ling even more was that the leader of the crossbowmen was Danron's sister. Gradually, it was Commander Hong Qing's turn to fight. Currently, he was the only one among the 4 strongest who had yet to participate in a battle. The bustling and clamorous surroundings of the combat ring went completely silent, and it became completely silent. Everyone stared at the tall man in red armor. The man's expression was cold as his triangular eyes swept across the crowd mercilessly. I admit defeat. The top 3 will only be born from those 4 people. We have no hope. Admit defeat. Commander Hong Qing is number 1 among all the commanders. Who can be her match? Those opponents all admitted defeat very straightforwardly, but no one laughed at them, because this was a very normal thing. Commander Hong Qing licked his lips. He enjoyed the reverence of the crowd. However, when he looked around, he saw that one person was standing there like a pine tree. His expression was calm as if he was not afraid of him at all. That person was Lin Ling. The crowd followed Commander Hong Qing's gaze and their blood boiled. If they remembered correctly, Commander Hong Qing had said that he would fight Lord Lin Ling. Was there really going to be such a battle? Commander Lin Ling, let's fight. Finally, Commander Hong Qing smiled and flew to the combat ring. He waved at Lin Ling, who was below the combat ring. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling. In fact, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. This was because Commander Xianxia had specifically instructed him to do so. If he succeeded, he would also become a commander. This was a great reward. Moreover, he was extremely displeased about the fact that Lin Ling had become the Grand Commander. Very well, you must kill him. Commander Xianxia smiled coldly. Lin Ling was a commander, so it would be difficult for him to kill him if he did not have the opportunity. However, he now had the opportunity. However, Lin Ling must not admit defeat. At the same time, many people around the combat ring exclaimed. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to everyone. However, they also knew that Lin Ling was a new recruit this year, while Commander Hong Qing was a veteran. Therefore, Lin Ling was no match for Commander Hong Qing. Moreover, Lin Ling was a new recruit, but his strength was only inferior to Commander Hong Qing. He should be proud of himself. If he did not fight, no one would laugh at him. Instead, they would think that everything was normal. Commander Hong Qing has been cultivating in the martial gods barracks for a long time. Lin Ling has just arrived. I don't think he will be able to fight. Everyone on First Commander Huang Qi's side spoke out. Commander Hong Qing frowned. Yes, if Lin Ling did not fight, he would not be able to achieve his goal. Therefore, he had to think of a way. Commander Lin Ling, how about a deathmatch? He said indifferently. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone's expression changed drastically. In this way, Lin Ling would not dare to fight. Let me tell you, I must kill you. Even if you don't fight, I will kill you in the future. So, do you want to hide in the martial gods barracks forever? Or do you want to settle this once and for all? Commander Hong Qing said again. Her voice silenced the martial gods barracks. No one had expected Commander Hong Qing to want to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, she had threatened him openly. Commander Hong Qing, what nonsense are you talking about? Commander Huang Qi shouted angrily. He had not expected Commander Hong Qing to be so arrogant. What? Is it against the rules to talk about it? I know that the martial gods barracks can't kill allies, but I can still do it without anyone knowing. In any case, no one will see me kill him. That's enough. However, Commander Hong Qing smiled disdainfully. He was fearless. However, his words were reasonable. He had only talked about it and had not acted on it yet. Therefore, he had not broken the rules. And this was enough to be domineering. Why do you want to kill him? He doesn't seem to have any enmity with you. Commander Huang Qi said with a frown. There is indeed no enmity. I just don't like him. Can I? However, Commander Hong Qing's arrogance was beyond imagination. In short, she did not like him, so she wanted to kill him. Huh? A great commander is afraid of a small soldier like me? Of course, it's fine if you don't dare to fight. Tell everyone that you are a piece of trash and I will spare your life. Commander Hong Qing ignored Huang Qi and stared at Lin Ling with disdain. She was being overbearing. If Lin Ling admitted defeat, he would have to call himself a piece of trash. Moreover, Commander Hong Qing would want to kill Lin Ling in the future. No one would be able to tolerate that because they had no enmity with each other. You're going too far. Many people shouted angrily. Although they did not have a close relationship with Lin Ling, they could not stand Commander Hong Qing's arrogance. In reality, they did not know that although Commander Hong Qing looked arrogant and overbearing, she was actually very scheming. She was using provocation to force Lin Ling to fight. Chapter 2263. Formed from a stone embryo, Lin Ling's expression was calm, but it gradually turned cold. Those who knew Lin Ling knew that his heart was filled with murderous intent, especially those who had died in Lin Ling's hands. They knew this murderous expression best. However, Lin Ling was puzzled as to why Commander Hong Qing was targeting him. At this moment, Grand Commander Huang Qi looked over with a hint of worry in his eyes. Moreover, there was a warning in his voice. Brother Lin Ling, don't fight. Commander Hongqing was born from a stone embryo. She received orders from Commander Xianxia to provoke you to fight. Commander Xianxia? Lin Ling looked over at Commander Huang Qi and saw a familiar face. It was the blue-armored man who wanted to assassinate him. Most importantly, his surname was Qian. He had the same surname as young Master Xianxia. No wonder he wanted to kill him. So that was the reason. Beside Lin Ling, Commander Che Jun saw that Lin Ling was silent. He knew that Lin Ling must be feeling wronged, so he comforted him. Commander Hongqing was born from a stone embryo. Legend has it that she was born in the void of the universe. She was going to be born as a world, but an expert enlightened her and allowed her to transform into a human. What? She wants to become a world? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others gasped. This talent was too terrifying. Every day, a world would be born and a world would fall. The world that was born had various forms at the beginning. There were flame forms, stone forms, and so on. After being refined by the universe, they would germinate and transform into a world. When they were seeds, if others enlightened them, they could transform into humans. It could be said that Commander Hongqing's talent had surpassed all the other commanders. No wonder she could become the first among all the commanders. Although Lord Lin Ling's talent is powerful, compared to Commander Hongqing, he is still a little weaker. Fortunately, he is in the realm of converting world essence. It is difficult to use his talent. In the future, it will be terrifying. Lord Lin Ling will definitely not fight. That was because Lin Ling was also silent. Even Great Commander Huang Qi believed that Lin Ling would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, Lin Ling remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight, but rather that he was pondering over his opponent's intentions. But now he knew. Therefore, Lin Ling shot out and went straight to the arena. Lord Lin Ling is going to fight? This guy! Everyone was shocked, especially Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword. They thought that Lin Ling had already retreated, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would fight in the next moment? This boldness could be said to be swift and decisive. Alas! However, Commander Huang Qi sighed softly. Lin Ling had somewhat lost his mind. After Lin Ling landed on the stage, he slowly drew his sword with a cold expression. At this point, there was no need for him to say anything because they'd definitely come to kill him. As for hatred? No, there was no enmity between him and Commander Hongqing. There was only interest between them. She would only benefit if she killed him. Rumble. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's boundary essence was also activated. 40% of his boundary essence was like a storm. The boundary essence was extremely condensed and his foundation was solid. Lin Ling's cultivation was also displayed. It was rank 8 Martial Emperor. What a solid foundation. Every time he advances a realm, his laws will definitely increase by a lot. He must have put in a lot of effort to cultivate in the Martial Emperor realm. Commander Che Jun said with a frown. However, what he said was true. Lin Ling had gone through the third revolution in the Martial Emperor realm and had killed 3 corpses. Naturally, his foundation was stronger than many people. However, Commander Che Jun immediately looked at Commander Hongqing. Commander Hongqing's body was covered in red light as if she was burning. Her boundary essence was also extremely terrifying. It was 50% of her boundary essence. Her cultivation was at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. With a difference of 2 realms and 10% of her boundary essence, Commander Hongqing was obviously more powerful. Commander Che Jun still insisted that Commander Hongqing was undefeatable. Therefore, he was puzzled. If Lin Ling knew that his opponent was so strong, why did he still want to fight? Perhaps he will create another miracle. When he defeated me previously, everyone thought that Lord Lin Ling would definitely lose. But what happened in the end? At this moment, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water frowned and said, Lin Ling seemed to still have hope. You are you and Commander Hongqing is Commander Hongqing. There is no comparison. Commander Che Jun shook his head. Miracles were not so easy to create, especially when it came to someone with monstrous talent. It was even more difficult. Rumble. At this moment, the stage was trembling under the aura of the two experts. It was as if thunder was rumbling. Some of the weaker soldiers' stanchions were also trembling. This caused them to quickly retreat a lot. Only then did the feeling of being suppressed. Based on the trembling of the aura, they knew that if it was placed in the myriad worlds, it would be enough to cause the myriad worlds to collapse. This was the strength of an expert from the martial god realm. I didn't expect that you would really come to fight me. Your backbone surprised me and I admire it. Commander Hong Qing's voice floated out from the formless air waves. He was like an ancient stone and also like a flame. His talent was indeed terrifying, surpassing Lin Ling by a few hundred times. This was also the source of his confidence. You have been in the martial god realm for less than 3 years, but you already have 40% of your boundary essence. To be honest, if this continues, you have a high chance of surpassing me. Commander Hong Qing did not underestimate Lin Ling. She knew that the latter's strength was not bad to be able to become a commander. However, you only have 40% of your boundary essence. With the boundary essence martial arts, you can reach 50%. This strength is only comparable to Commander Che Jun. You're still too weak. Buzz. She kicked the long spear beside her feet and no longer spoke nonsense. She pointed the spear at Lin Ling. Hero of the world. That spear was like the spear of a world. It was as if millions of people were brandishing their spears and shooting at Lin Ling. This was a boundary essence martial art, and it was a first-grade advanced martial art. Great! Seeing this, Commander Xianxia was delighted. He could finally see Lin Ling die. He could also report back to the Grand Court Commandery. Under countless gazes, millions of long spears appeared in the arena. Everywhere they went, the murderous aura shrouded Lin Ling's body. This spear has 60% of the boundary essence's strength. Commander Che Jun's face became even more solemn. Commander Hong Qing had used her strongest killing move right from the start. He had been defeated by that move previously. Can't it be broken? Falling flowers, flowing water, Sword hurriedly asked. He felt a huge pressure in his heart. Although they were both commanders, the difference in strength was too great. Commander Che Jun shook his head. It is very difficult because that spear has 60% of the boundary essence's strength. There are too many spears and they are too fierce. Indeed, even Lin Ling was solemn at this moment. His opponent's spear was terrifying. This meant that Commander Hong Qing's boundary essence martial art was extremely powerful. And this was the boundary essence that had not been completely integrated with her talent. Otherwise, Commander Hong Qing would be even stronger. Of course, Lin Ling was only slightly solemn. With Li Xiaoyao's experience and the power of his left eye, he quickly saw through that spear. Commander Hong Qing was formed by the mysterious stone embryo. Her talent was extraordinary. However, Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the martial god world in the past. Chapter 2264. I only need one strike to kill you. 10 years of polishing a single strike. Lin Ling made his move. His sword was steady, imposing, and as heavy as a blade. He slashed viciously at the thousands of spears. You overestimate yourself. Commander Hong Qing smiled disdainfully. Lin Ling wanted to resist his spears with only 50% of his jieyuan? That might not be the case. Lin Ling spoke softly. Something terrifying happened. Lin Ling's sword didn't slash at all the spears. He allowed his body to block some of the spears that shot at him. However, those spears didn't cause any fatal injuries to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's God Devil body was clearly effective. As for the other spears, Lin Ling used his full strength to block them because those spears couldn't be underestimated. This meant that not all of the spears in the army had to be feared. Many of the spears were fake. How is this possible? Commander Hong Qing's expression changed drastically when he noticed that all the spears had been blocked by Lin Ling. Because this was the first time his jieyuan martial art had been blocked by someone. In the past, he had relied on this jieyuan martial art to sweep through all the heroes and made a small name for himself in Qingzhou. He was even called a rising star who could catch up to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. But now, he had kicked an iron plate. Luck, it must be luck. Commander Hong Qing roared in his heart. He had cultivated the world spear for a very long time, but it had been broken by a new soldier. How could he believe it? How is this possible? As for below the stage, Commander Che Jun's eyes changed. He thought that Commander Hong Qing was invincible, but Lin Ling didn't agree with his view. At that time, he thought that Lin Ling was a bystander, so it was naturally simple. But now, Lin Ling told him that the spear that defeated him had been broken by Lin Ling. What kind of terrifying eyesight was this? You are invincible just like this. On the stage, Commander Hong Qing roared and retracted all her spears. Her boundary essence began to condense. Since the dazzling spear couldn't kill Lin Ling, then he would use his boundary essence to crush him. His entire body glowed with a bright red light. Like a stubborn rock, it gradually formed a kind of powerful world essence energy, allowing his defense to reach 50% of world essence energy. He continued to brew his most terrifying spear, as if he wasn't worried about Lin Ling's attack at all. Lin Ling, quick! Seeing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi shouted anxiously. The crowd was also constantly shouting. They could sense that Commander Hong Qing was about to end this battle. He was about to erupt with his strongest spear strike. But this was also normal. When one reached Commander Redshine's level, sometimes killing enemies as quickly as possible was the correct path. It was also because the gap between him and Lin Ling was too great. He didn't need to fight slowly. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling held his sword and fought, indifferent. Alas! Commander Huang Qi sighed. It was as if he could already see Lin Ling falling. Right now, he couldn't help it all. So he was extremely regretful. Because he had just seen a good seedling, but now he was killed. It's useless. Instead of attacking, Lin Ling might as well leave his mind to defend against that most terrifying spear strike. Only Commander Che Jun knew that even if Lin Ling attacked, it wouldn't have any effect. This was because Commander Che Jun's defense was also extremely terrifying. It had reached 50% of world essence energy. And this was also called invincible. Buzz buzz buzz. Right at this moment, Commander Hong Qing attacked with his spear. The scene of a stone embryo comprehending the universe appeared behind him. It was as if the stone embryo floating in the universe gradually sprouted and turned into a world. When that world exploded, a red spear pierced through the void and came flying over. 60% of world essence energy condensed into that spear. Fast, incomparably fast. The previous spear was too scattered, so it didn't kill Lin Ling. But now, the spear was condensed into a single point. It should be enough. What a stunning spear strike! At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still win. But no one saw that Lin Ling had also moved. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If he moved a moment earlier or a moment later, it would be fatal to him. But now was the best time. Because Commander Hong Qing's move was invincible. Both her defense and attack were extremely terrifying. But the moment she switched from defense to attack, Commander Hong Qing's weakness appeared. And for a swordsman, no one would let that momentary weakness remain. Dragon painting finishing touch. Lin Ling's sword changed. Sharp, sharp. It was like a sword that came from the essence of the sword world. It was like a simple dragon painting. The moment the brush touched the eye, the dragon woke up. And this sword was extremely fast. It had the speed of crossing a world. What kind of concept was this? This meant that when this sword stabbed out, in Lin Ling's world, it could instantly reach the edge of the world. However, no one saw this dazzling sword. Everyone was shocked by Commander Hong Qing's spear. In fact, Commander Huang Qi subconsciously thought of Lin Ling's scream after he was killed. But the truth was indeed so. On the stage, after a violent explosion, a painful scream exploded out like thunder. Subconsciously, everyone thought that it was Lin Ling's scream. And the blade light and sword shadows disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the terrifying power of the world essence dispersed, two figures stood quietly on the stage like stone statues. Time seemed to have frozen. Sigh, what a pity! Many people gradually shook their heads. They thought that Lin Ling might already be dead. I only need one sword to kill you. But at this moment, a cold voice drifted out like the wind. I only need one sword to kill you. Sword? No, the only person who used a sword on the stage seemed to be Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes and stared fixedly at the arena. The expressions on their faces froze. Almost at the same time, on the stage, the motionless Commander Hongqing's head flew off, blood gushing out like a fountain. Especially the sword/slash mark on her neck. It was as smooth as a mirror. Clearly, her head had been cleanly chopped off. Commander Hongqing is dead? How is that possible? At this moment, all the soldiers stood up straight. Commander Huang Qi and the others also stood up and looked at the stage in disbelief. When did Lin Ling attack? They didn't even notice. This scene was too impactful for them. Because Commander Hongqing was the strongest of all the commanders. Moreover, her talent was extraordinary. She was determined to be the most promising person to catch up to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou in the next 100 years. But she had fallen here. And what was ironic was that she had declared war on Lin Ling at the beginning. How arrogant and domineering was she, forcing Lin Ling to fight. But she never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to turn the tables and kill a veteran as a new recruit. Lin Ling only needed one sword to kill her. Perhaps even after her death, Commander Hongqing didn't understand that Lin Ling actually had the strength to kill her. But at the same time, Lin Ling put away Commander Hongqing's spear and left the stage with his sword in hand. His figure grew infinitely taller at this moment. I only need one sword to kill you. It was indeed one sword. What was that sword? Why couldn't I see it at all? Commander Hongqing's boundary essence was 60%. Even her defense was 50%. That sword could kill her. This means that the sword's power has reached 60%. Chapter 2265. Dragon Cleansing Pool. So this was Commander Lin Ling's trump card. Commander Che Jun smiled bitterly. No wonder Lin Ling didn't care about his opinion. So that's why. He suddenly felt a little ashamed. He actually thought that he was infallible in front of Lord Lin Ling and affirmed his views? Amazing! He has been cultivating in the martial god barracks for such a short period of time. Not only did his cultivation level increase, but he also succeeded in converting his boundary essence. He even comprehended the boundary essence martial arts. This little guy is really monstrous. He hasn't been cultivating for 1,000 years. Right? Tiske, not bad at all. It's a pity that a talented genius like Hongqing has died. However, the heavens have rewarded us with an even more powerful genius. In the distance, 3 figures stood under the sky like gods of war and said indifferently, Huangfu old man, you have a good eye. One of the old men, who was holding a giant blue sword, said with a smile. He is indeed a genius who cultivates in all aspects. The old man called Huang Fuidao was extremely excited at that moment. When he recalled everything that had happened in the arena, he finally concluded with one sentence, what a freak. Time was extremely important for a martial artist's cultivation. It would take a lot of time to strengthen one's strength in a major area. Therefore, most of the geniuses only cultivated in one area. It was extremely rare for someone like Lin Ling, who could develop in all aspects and cultivate well in all aspects. Instantly, the 3 old men stared at Lin Ling with burning eyes. This was because they sensed that the martial god barracks might give birth to an existence like the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. After Lin Ling left the arena, the entire place remained silent. At this moment, Lin Ling's title as commander was well-deserved. Hongqing is really a piece of trash. Xianxia was furious when he heard the cheers around him. The result was beyond his imagination. Of course, he also didn't expect Lin Ling to win. It could only be said that Lin Ling was too monstrous. But this was already the case. What if Lin Ling successfully converted all of his boundary essence? He was sure that Lin Ling would be even harder to kill in the future. His background is very ordinary, and he doesn't have any monstrous talent. Why is he so abnormal? Could it be that his realm origin martial arts were taught by someone else? That must be it, Xianxia thought. This was because he knew that dimensional martial arts were extremely difficult to comprehend. Even those with monstrous talent would need several years to comprehend it. As for ordinary martial artists, they would need dozens of years. There were even some bottlenecks that couldn't be broken through in their lifetime. Therefore, he believed that it was Grand Commander Huang Qi who guided Lin Ling. The third round continued, but no one dared to challenge Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally became number one. The second and third were Fairy Dan Yun and Commander Che Jun. This result was within everyone's expectations. Only Fairy Pill Cloud was surprised. She guessed that she was ranked fourth. She couldn't help but look towards Lin Ling. Back then, when her sister Dan Ran became a scout, she was very unhappy and had her sister join her crossbow battalion. She thought that following a newbie like Lin Ling would have no future. But now, she was a bit jealous of her sister. Congratulations to Grand Commander Lin Ling for becoming number one. At this time, the old man riding the Kirin smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. Then, he tossed a ring towards Lin Ling. Within the ring were all the rewards. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. After obtaining these resources, his realm origin energy had risen once more. Once his realm origin energy was converted to 100%, he would be able to search for the space and time divine steel. Now that he had found the space and time divine steel, because he hadn't converted his realm origin energy, it wouldn't be of much help. Don't use the martial god cannon carelessly. After all, a single shot can destroy a world. The old man riding the Kirin suddenly said, causing many commanders to reveal looks of envy. Lin Ling wasn't a world king powerhouse, but he had methods that even world kings feared. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling quickly bowed. But at this time, Grand Commander Huang Qi's voice floated over. Old brother Lin Ling, the number one person can make a request of the Martial God Battalion. You can mention the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Dragon Cleansing Pool? Lin Ling's eyes brightened. Could it be that kind of place? In the past, he had also heard of the Dragon Cleansing Pool. This was an extremely rare and precious land. This was because it was the place where carps leapt through the Dragon Gate. According to legends, as long as a carp leapt through the Dragon Gate, it would transform into a true dragon. It would wash away its scales and mortal body, becoming a true dragon. As for the scales and the land of mortal embryos that were left behind, they accumulated a dense amount of spiritual energy in the universe. This sort of energy was extremely precious. Sir, I want to go to the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Lin Ling hurriedly said. The old man riding the Kirin was stunned for a moment before he wryly smiled. The Martial God Battalion had many precious cultivation lands, and the Dragon Cleansing Pool was one of them. However, not many people knew of this secret. This was because the dragon energy of the Dragon Cleansing Pool could only be used once. Unless the other party specifically mentioned it, they wouldn't reward them with this cultivation land. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to find a way to refuse. At this time, a voice sounded in his ears, causing the old man's expression to turn solemn. He immediately said to Lin Ling, "Wait a moment, I'll bring you there." The reason for his solemn expression was that the general had personally spoken up for Lin Ling. What's the Dragon Cleansing Pool? I've never heard of it before. Looks like it's not a good place. Why doesn't Lin Ling want the treasure? Why does he want this place that we've never heard of? The crowd looked at each other. They didn't know what the Dragon Cleansing Pool was. After that, the old man smiled at Lin Ling and invited Lin Ling to sit on the Kirin. Then they flew off into the distance. The crowd looked at Lin Ling's back enviously. Someone like Lin Ling, a new recruit, had become a senior commander and was treated with respect by the veterans. This was very rare. As for Ling Wulai, his expression was ugly. He swore in his heart that he would surpass Lin Ling. In fact, Commander Che Jun and Fairy Dan Yun were the same. They only gave up on falling flowers flowing water. They felt that they couldn't surpass Lin Ling, the freak. Lin Ling, the Dragon Cleansing Pool, was found by the Martial God Battalion 10,000 years ago. It has nurtured many experts. The Dragon Chi is getting dimmer and dimmer. The Dragon Chi will disappear at least 10 more times. You came up with this place at the right time. The old man said with a smile as they traveled. Sir, may I know what kind of dragon the Dragon Cleansing Pool is? Lin Ling asked curiously. Hearing this, the old man was shocked. He felt that Lin Ling, a recruit, seemed to know a lot. It's the land of green carps. The old man said word by word. Green carp, that's the Azure Dragon, the land of the Azure Dragon. Lin Ling was also surprised. The Kirin under him was very fast. It passed through the path of the Martial God Battalion and arrived at Huanyu. In front of them was a vast void. There were specks of stars in the distance. They seemed very close but also very far away. Those are the 10,000 realms. Use your realm origin to check. If the stars are dim, it's a world that is about to be born. If the stars are bright, it's a world that has stabilized. The old man knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here. In fact, it wasn't Lin Ling's first time here. Li Xiaoyao had been here before. Chapter 2266. 50% Boundary Element. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded from ahead. A huge dragon's image flew over. Actually, the dragon wasn't huge, and it was only as thick as an arm. However, its draconic energy was extremely powerful, so it formed a dragon's image. There are actually dragons in the myriad realms, but only those who have been to Huanyu are true dragons. The old man smiled and said, that dragon was born in the dragon cleansing pool. It's a new dragon. Right now, it needs to choose a place to cultivate and slowly grow. Moreover, this type of dragon is also called a dragon ancestor. For example, the dragons in the myriad of worlds are all descendants of these dragon ancestors. I didn't expect to see the birth of a dragon in the dragon cleansing pool. After all, it hasn't been seen for thousands of years. There are more than one dragon cleansing pool in the vast universe. However, most of them are hidden. As long as they are discovered by warriors, the number of dragon cleansing pools will gradually decrease. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He had to admit that he was quite lucky to see the birth of a dragon as soon as he arrived. The Azure Dragon that flew by in the distance looked deeply at Lin Ling before swimming off into the distance. That glance made Lin Ling feel immense pressure. That dragon was clearly stronger than Lin Ling. And when this dragon reached any realm in the myriad worlds, it would also transform into the dragon ancestor, causing that realm to also have the bloodline of the dragon. Gradually, a celestial river appeared in front of him. Above the celestial river, there was a rainbow hanging there. He could vaguely see fish jumping in the celestial river, trying to cross the rainbow and transform into dragons. However, there weren't as many carps as there used to be. As the heavenly river flowed forward, a huge lake gradually appeared. Presumably, that was the dragon cleansing pond. We're here. Go, cherish the last bit of dragon energy. The old man patted Lin Ling's shoulder and left. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the huge lake. His left eye silently appeared and stared at the dragon cleansing pool. In fact, Li Xiaoyao had never been to the dragon cleansing pond in the past. After that, Lin Ling jumped into the pool. Immediately, he saw that the clouds floating around him were like dancing dragons. He even saw carps that didn't fear death. They all wanted to cross the dragon gate, but in the end, they fell and shattered into pieces. This made Lin Ling sigh inwardly. Wanting to soar into the sky in one go was indeed very difficult. However, it wasn't just carps. Weren't martial artists the same? The path of martial arts was like the Dragon Gate. It was full of danger, but how many people succeeded? How many people had died? Even so, there were still many people who walked on this path fearlessly. Perhaps this was life. Right now, I should focus on increasing my realm essence. Lin Ling planned to use the Dragon Chi to increase his boundary essence. After all, if he couldn't convert his boundary essence, then it would be useless no matter how high his cultivation level was. Take the Sun God King and the others for example. Even if they were at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm, they could only roam freely in their own realm. They were not qualified to come to the Martial God realm. Rumble. Suddenly, the surging Dragon Chi rushed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's boundary essence to slowly increase. Using the Dragon Chi to increase one's cultivation level was obviously more effective. However, using it to increase one's boundary essence was much less effective. However, Lin Ling's left eye quietly appeared and looked around. It was as if he saw the birth of the dragon chi. Then, he moved his body and looked for places with dense dragon chi. Gradually, his boundary essence increased even faster. I didn't expect that the demon eyes of 10,000 things could not only increase one's perception, but also see the truth of all things. Lin Ling was secretly happy. While cultivating, he took out the tyrannical song sword and began to forge it. Right now, he had collected many precious materials and could upgrade the tyrannical song sword's level. The treasures in the chess boy's hands were especially important. In the past, the tyrannical song sword only increased the power of laws and was a rank 6 immortal weapon. Right now, he wanted to upgrade it to rank 9 and increase the power of his boundary essence. With Li Xiaoyao's memories, this forging process was even more natural. Because there were enough materials and with the help of the dragon chi, it was naturally much easier. After an unknown period of time, when the sword in Lin Ling's hand appeared, a dragon's roar sounded. The tyrannical song sword was like an azure dragon. The sword body turned green as if there was a dragon swimming around the sword body. Rank 9 immortal weapon. Increasing the power of his boundary essence by 10%. What a pity! Although I have obtained many materials this time, they are not the best. However, I can use them for the time being. Lin Ling shook his head in dissatisfaction. Of course, if falling flowers, flowing water and the others were here, they would definitely gnash their teeth in anger. He was actually not satisfied with increasing his boundary essence by 10%. One had to know that increasing one's boundary essence by 5% was already a hot commodity. As for increasing one's boundary essence by 10%, one could only snatch it from the major trading companies. After the tyrannical song sword was forged, Lin Ling crazily transferred the boundary essence. Until a loud explosion sounded, Lin Ling's boundary essence had completely changed by 50%. Rank 8 Martial Emperor Realm, 50% boundary essence. Furthermore, with the help of martial arts and the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling could increase his boundary essence by 30%. In total, it was 80% boundary essence. This was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Rumble. After Lin Ling's boundary essence was successfully converted, the dragon cleansing pool rumbled. The heavenly river in the distance started to flow backwards and the carps that had leaped through the dragon gate also left. As for the old man riding the qilin, he ran over in shock. After taking a look, he immediately smiled bitterly. The dragon cleansing pool could be used 9 more times. However, after you used it, it completely collapsed. Pervert. When he recalled Lin Ling's performance in the arena, the old man finally choked out a sentence. Lin Ling also jumped up from the dragon cleansing pool and shook his head helplessly. The dragon cleansing pool was completely destroyed. Sir, how long have I been cultivating this time? After that, Lin Ling asked. A year. The old man was still heartbroken and he was speechless as he replied. So long? Lin Ling was a little surprised. After exchanging a few more words, he rode on the old man's qilin and headed towards the martial god barracks. How much boundary essence did you convert this time? Does it have? On the way, the old man asked curiously. After all, Lin Ling had directly destroyed the dragon cleansing pool. The results of his cultivation should be quite good. 10%. Lin Ling replied with a smile. The old man's expression changed drastically. He was depressed and cursed again. Pervert. There was a total of 100% boundary essence conversion. Many people would need hundreds of years to complete it. However, Lin Ling had converted another 10% in a year. If this wasn't perverted, then what was? At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he converted 100% boundary essence. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling had converted 20% boundary essence. 10% was born in the tyrannical song sword. This was also the reason why the dragon cleansing pool collapsed. When the two of them headed towards the martial god barracks, the martial god barracks was extremely lively. This was because the new year had arrived and the martial god barracks had once again recruited many geniuses. Moreover, the aptitude of this year's geniuses was even better. Some of the new recruits had actually reached 30% boundary essence. In Lin Ling's batch, at most, it was 20%. When the new recruits entered the barracks, Flowing Water Sword and the others smiled and looked at the new recruits. At this moment, they were somewhat proud. This was because they were no longer new recruits.